government, but to the Governors Forum to guarantee that the resources are visible. Because when they become visible, then we can all track where it went, how it was applied, and then some real commitment. Because when you say commitment, commitment is more than the voice given. It is the resources allocated. I've left a few slides that I don't want to bore you with, but let me run through them quickly. So Nigerians, like I said, at scale, experience levels of functional disabilities, and the truth about the matter is that at 31 or at 35 or 36 million approximately, we must pay attention. The women and girls segment is heavily impacted. Like I said, the child segment is heavily impacted, and this requires keen attention. So I've left you some slides there. I won't bore you with that. Now, what does the data tell us? The data tells us that if policymakers don't act at scale, then solvable problems with persons with disability will grow, especially their poverty, their deprivations, and the children will be worst hit. Already, we have left the Nigerian child behind at scale, right? 90% of rural children are multidimensionally poor. 7.5% of all Nigerian children are multidimensionally poor. And when you now take 1 out of 12 of those as persons with disability, you can see that the challenges are heavily aggravated. So let's jump to the Renewed Hope agenda. Are there inclusive pathways in the Renewed Hope agenda? The answer is yes. So you can move my slide to the 8 pillars of the Renewed Hope agenda, whoever is helping me with the slides. So Renewed Hope agenda has 8 dimensions: jobs, education, health, digital economy, social welfare, infrastructure, security, economy. Now, if you just take a look at the 8 points or the 8 pillars of the Renewed Hope agenda, I'm sure you can see clearly that there is no pillar that should exclude a person with disability. So I think the logic of whether it should be mainstreamed across the 8 pillars is there. In jobs, the Multidimensional Poverty Survey ran in 2021 shows that a person with disability is most likely to experience, of the 15 dimensions of deprivation, is most likely to experience at least 10 of them, guaranteed. And those 10 of them include the inability to find work. So I think that's very clear. You must embed it there. Economy. When you have 36 million people that you cannot put to work, of a population of 215, depending on the number you pick, and the year you pick, or baseline you pick, you are leaving a large segment of potentially productive Nigerians behind. Persons with disability are not persons that lack capacity. Persons with disability are not persons that lack talent. Persons with disability are not people that cannot contribute to economic growth, innovation, and transformation. And the earlier we view them as economic actors that can move Nigeria forward, the faster Nigeria will move forward, and move forward together. The third pillar, security. The MPI study 2022 shows that persons with disability are 6 times more impacted by a security shock. Because, you know, when a security shock happens, there's the displacement, people are running away in panic. Persons with disability lack the kinetics a lot of the times for that fast movement. A lot of times, further impairments and disability happen in those shocks. This is problematic because generally the data shows that our response to shocks is not as efficient as we would hope it is. So the protection, the security of persons with disability, the teaching of our officers, of our first responders, of the institutions that respond to environmental and social shocks requires retraining for the prioritization of their evacuation if we will protect this vulnerable segment of our society. I think I've spoken about infrastructure. In terms of social welfare, there is still no comprehensive welfare package for persons with disability, even though, again, the Act provides robustly the legal framework for it. Mr. President, I think last year signed into, I think as approved, an executive framework called the Circle of Life Policy of Government, which means how government will be accountable for the Nigerian from birth to death. I think, if you ask me, that the persons with disability need a unique circle of life governance framework from when the child is born as a child with disability to death. How will the institutions facilitate the progress, the evolution, and the graduation of the citizen with disability from birth through the different stages of life right to old age? It's either that or we embed within the current national social protection policy a component that deals decisively with that. I've spoken about digital economy. Health and education are two of the highest areas of deprivation that the 2022 MPI noted, so I won't bore you with that. Okay, so when you look at an assessment of the Renewed Hope Agenda, which is the work I was asked to do, you therefore see certain opportunities. Can you go to the next slide, please? And then I think with that slide, I will start to close. Yeah. So there is an immense amount of opportunity to insert in the Renewed Hope Agenda certain pillars. I think one, like I said, strengthen national security, especially how the strengthening of security would enable better response that has a person with a disability sensitive lens. Okay. Eradicating poverty, like I said, some more targeted social safety nets and targeted cash transfers and rehabilitation services that support the most vulnerable, especially those that are encountering shocks. Social inclusion, not enough accessible public spaces, and this cannot be done at federal. Accessible public spaces is a federation-level intervention. It requires that the governors commit, and that with the governors' commitments, there is state-level investment in accessible public spaces for persons with disability. In education reform, there's a question of accessible schools. Not every school, as our distinguished audience will note, can serve persons with disability. And the question is, how do you create accessible schools? That raises the question of teachers that can teach persons with disability. How do you scale the number of teachers in 2026, 2027, 2028? Let's say we give ourselves a 5-year plan, because, Mr. President, you called us here to discuss commitment for action. How many teachers that are enabled to teach and facilitate learning for persons with disability can we train in 5 years? Right? Because without scaling the number of teachers, then teaching will not happen. Can we retrofit? Can we take seasoned teachers already and reteach them to be able to accommodate persons with disability? Then, of course, inclusive governance. Persons with disabilities participating in policy, leadership, and decision-making is crucial. Again, here, Mr. President, you have our commitment as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group to call for more inclusion in having persons with disability across our thematic areas. So my sister JONAPWD and I have been discussing as to, over the years, as to how do you embed more policy experts that are persons with disability into the critical areas, because again, no involvement equals what? No involvement equals no what? No commitment. If I am not involved, then very likely I cannot be supported. As the central bank and the Ministry of Finance revises the financial inclusion strategy, which ends 2025, I think it's an important point, Mr. President, to advocate that any new financial inclusion framework should specifically pay attention to how persons with disability are excluded financially in terms of access to credit, micro-enterprise support, and how that support may be credibly transferred to them. In a previous life, I went to do a monitoring and evaluation in the field on a microcredit project that was supposed to cover some persons with disability. When we arrived there, we realized that even though it was collected in their name, the only part that benefited was the name that collected it. In reality, those that were supposed to have collected these credits in their name, collected it in their own, in their name, but on the behalf of those that would help themselves. And so the exclusion continues. So let me close with a few action required. Second to last slide, and I think that's been my last slide. So one is we can continue to strengthen legal framework, but more importantly, we need to strengthen the institutional mechanisms to execute them. And I've pointed to a couple of practical things we can do to strengthen, especially budgeting, the capacity to resource and measure performance against those budgets. Transforming health delivery will be critical, especially as we have that segment of children with disability showing signs of critical need of support in the early years. And how do you now train more of our health facilities to retrofit for accessibility? This is something that I think that the local governments and the state governments can support. We need to advance employment and economic inclusion. Currently, when you look at economic empowerment programs, we need the Renewed Hope programming. This is a component that is still, it's very vague. You just say MSMEs. You just say the entrepreneurs. And so we think that we should advocate clearly for specific quotas that go to persons with disability, tailored in a very unique way. I've spoken about reform on education. And lastly is public infrastructure. No one federal government, Mr. President, can pull all that is required. It will take a whole of society approach and a whole of government approach. So I want to challenge the conference on one hand and commit to the conference on another hand, that by the time we meet for the next conference, let's guarantee we bring into the room local, state, federal, finance, digital, education, health, so that we force the thematics that move the needle forward. You're not in this alone, we are in this together. You are Nigerians and we are in Nigeria together. And I think you have our commitment as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and I think as partners, that commitment beyond action starts now, and there are ways to do it. So let's get it done. Thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen. And let my beautiful sister come up. Give her a hand again.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you very much. What a profound keynote. Were you listening? He says lack of involvement equals to what? No commitment. And he spoke on how social inclusion calls for involvement of every stakeholder in the room. If you're listening keenly, especially those who run organizations here, I'm sure you would have picked a couple of areas where you can even push for advocacy, you can push for funding, you can push for a strong implementation of some of these key areas that he has mentioned. Once again, we appreciate you, sir, and thank you. This is such a robust and profound keynote. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for him once again. We have in the room the representative of the Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs, and the representative of the minister, forgive me please, in the room. And we know that the meeting has been declared open already, but it wasn't declared open by the original person. So you would permit me to welcome him to give us, you're going to be hearing what the minister has to say, but from the voice of his representative, Mr. Daniel Daliop. And if you're ready, please, we ask you to come up and take the podium. Put your hands together for the representative of the minister, Mr. Daniel Daliop. You people don't clap long, Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. They probably were clapping according to my height. It's okay. I will excuse you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I truly have to apologize on behalf of the Honorable Minister for coming late. It is not in his character. We got held back by certain issues that came up without our knowledge, prior knowledge, that is. I'll be reading a goodwill message from the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. It is a prepared goodwill message, so you permit me to read. Is that okay? Good. It's titled Goodwill Message by the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction at the 2025 National Conference of Stakeholders on Disability Inclusion in Nigeria, Cosdin 2.0. Distinguished leaders, esteemed advocates, partners in development, and our resilient community of persons with disabilities across Nigeria, I bring you warm greetings and profound solidarity on this important national occasion. It is a privilege to join you for the second edition of the Conference of Stakeholders on Disability Inclusion in Nigeria, a gathering that speaks to our collective conscience and our shared responsibility to build a nation where no Nigerian is left behind. This conference, held in the spirit of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, is more than an event. It is a testimony of courage, a reminder of commitment, and a call to action. The 2025 theme, From Commitment to Action, Advancing Disability Inclusive Development in Nigeria, beautifully captures the journey we must all embark upon together. It challenges us to translate promises into real actions, policies into lived opportunities, and global commitments into local realities touching education, healthcare, employment, social protection, and political participation. Nigeria made bold pledges at the Global Disability Summit, and gatherings such as Cosdin gives us the platform to reflect honestly, collaborate deeply, and move decisively towards implementation. This is where the voices of our disability community are amplified, where government agencies, civil society groups, development partners, and private sector actors come together with one purpose: to uphold dignity, expand access, and build an inclusive society that truly works for everyone. As the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, I stand firmly with you in advancing disability inclusive development. Your resilience inspires the nation, and your leadership strengthens our policy direction. The ministry remains committed to ensuring that humanitarian responses, social protection systems, and poverty reduction programs fully integrate the rights and aspirations of persons with disabilities across all 36 states and the FCT. I am particularly encouraged by the breakout sessions youth and women leadership forums, and the exhibitions of innovative tools and solutions. These platforms demonstrate the brilliance, creativity, and determination within the disability community, qualities that Nigeria must harness for national progress. Let me say this clearly. Disability is not inability. Exclusion is the real barrier, and inclusion is the path to national transformation. As we gather here, let this conference renew our resolve to strengthen accountability mechanisms, uphold the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and ensure that every policy and program reflects the lived realities of those we serve. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, I say thank you to the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, to our partners, and to every advocate and champion present today. Your work is noble, your voice is powerful, and your contributions are indispensable to the future we are building. May this year's Cosdin ignite new collaborations, reinforce our shared humanity, and move Nigeria steadily towards a society where every person, regardless of ability, thrives in dignity, safety, and opportunity, and hope. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's clap for him again. Thank you very much, sir. Now, if we notice very well, we understand that the government is making a lot of commitments to this cause. One of the key take out from what he said is having good policy for the full inclusion of persons with disability in their agenda through the Renewed Hope agenda. So thank you very much. So on the next, we'll be inviting the Honorable James Lalu to give us his own goodwill message. He is the immediate past Executive Secretary for National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. You are welcome, sir.
Maria. The Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. I'm almost about to say disaster management. No. It will be represented by Mr. Daniel Tung, National President, Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities. Our guest speaker, our development partners that are here, all other presidents, kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am happy to be here to witness this very important gathering. All I will have to say is a very big thank you to the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities for the maximum support given to me while I was in office. We enjoyed a cordial working relationship with the association, including all the cluster heads. With or without, in or outside, we will continue to put our hands together to support the success of this association. This is the association that we have as a community, and this is our identity, our body, that we must stand with it for the success of the disability community in Nigeria. One way or the other, I have been able to listen to the presentation from our guest speaker. When I went through it, I see it. I see one gap. One gap in our own community. I want to see some of our people who are deeply into business business opportunities is very, very clearly clear today in our society. And disability community must never be left behind when it comes to investment. Becoming business people. I'm seeing Miss Bau here. When he entered here, the first thing I told him, this is not a gathering for farmers, but this is an identity because he is a businessman. We still have opportunities with the present administration. We have the Nigeria Credit Corporation, which is still providing opportunities. It is still about providing opportunities, and I think that we can be able to harvest this opportunity provided by these people. We can be able to facilitate, to support anybody who have any good business plan that can be able to approach this cooperation that can help them. We have a testimony to say about this cooperation, but the time is going. So in this opportunity, I want to thank you and welcome all of you that are here. It is another opportunity for reunion so that we see our faces again. We look forward to this stakeholders meeting 3.0. We are today on the 2.0. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please, let's clap for him again, for Honorable James Lalu, for his goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir. And before we proceed, please. We have a very wonderful partner here, a friend, who is a friend of persons with disability. He's an author, and he has written a very beautiful book, which we want to launch here today. It involves different persons with disability, development partners. So we are here to launch the book together. Mr. Jude, please, can you come up on stage? Mr. Jide Ojo, please, let's clap for him, please. We are not clapping. You are welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Malang murdered my name. My name is Jide Ojo, and I'm just a hired hand here to do a review of these beautiful books. I don't know how many of you have seen this. It's in your folder. This is the book we are about to review, so you know exactly what has been gifted to you this festive season. Without much ado, let me go through the review. It starts with a quote. The book under review is Disability Rights Movement in Nigeria, the Beginning, the Now, and the Future. It starts with a quote. As persons with disabilities and organizations supporting the ecosystem of disability inclusion in Nigeria, we need to continue the advocacy. There should be zero tolerance for discrimination, oppression, and marginalization of anyone because of impairment. That is a quote from the JONAPWD president, Malam Abdullahi Usman Aliyu. The book is co-authored by 3 people. The JONAPWD president, Malam Abdullahi Usman Aliyu, the current JONAPWD president, the immediate past president of JONAPWD, Ekaete Jude Tumor, and an inclusion expert, Olumide Olaniyan. Olumide, please stand up for recognition. That is the brain behind the book, the invisible and the ghostwriter that people will not see physically, but who actually coordinated the publication of this book. Can you stand up for recognition, Olumide? In a very powerful forward to this book, Dr. Amina Saleh, who is the Deputy Director of MacArthur Foundation, Africa Division, said inter alia, this book is not just a documentation of our past, it is a living testimony to how far we have come. From the days when disability was viewed through the lens of charity and pity to this era of rights, inclusion, and active citizenship. Each chapter carefully unfolds a layer of our collective experience as persons with disabilities, as advocates, as dreamers, and as nation builders. She went further. This book is more than a chronicle. It is a mirror and a map. It mirrors our struggles and triumphs, and it maps the road ahead for those who will continue this work when we are gone. For policymakers, it offers insight. For allies, it offers understanding. For young persons with disabilities, it offers hope. Proof that their dreams are valid and their voices powerful. This book is a celebration of resilience, of identity, and of the unstoppable spirit of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. In the preface to the book, we are further informed that the book documents the evolution of the disability rights movement in Nigeria. It highlights the movement's origin, growth, and significant milestones that culminated in the enactment of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. It also includes stories about how our community mobilized, and when we say our community, I mean the community of persons with disability, mobilized to ensure the effective implementation of the Act. The work captures real stories from individuals involved in the disability rights movement in Nigeria, through the, though largely at the national level and to some extent at the subnational level. This book offers a detailed account of JONAPWD's struggles and achievements. It also captures key lessons and aspirations for the future. Using historical narrative methods, the book tracks the origin and development of disability rights movement in Nigeria. It highlights key accomplishments of JONAPWD as the umbrella body and national organization of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. It focuses on its core actions, events, and roles in the significant events for the passage of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act at the national level. This came after several failed attempts since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999. The book actually said the advocacy for the passage of the National Disability Act took 17 years. The methodology used in writing this book includes desk research and oral interview. There are 13 chapters in this book. The first chapter, which talks about the evolution of disability discourse in Nigeria, here the scale of exclusion was highlighted with data. According to a report, the current population of Nigeria is approximately 238 million people. That's 2025 estimate. According to Worldometer, this translates to approximately 36 million people in Nigeria being persons with disability as at 2025. The population of persons with disability in Nigeria exceeds that of at least 40 other countries in Africa. Do you get that? The population of Nigerian persons with disability exceeds that of the total population of 40 countries out of 54 countries in Africa. I don't know whether that is something to rejoice about, but the data is there, and that's why I'm challenging all of us to take time to read this book, because there is a lot of data on PWD, particularly for those who want to do research on disability movement in Nigeria. The second chapter is titled The Disability Experience, Stories from JONAPWD's Current and Past, our immediate past national president. The third chapter is Unpacking Disability Beyond Myths and Realities. The fourth chapter is Who Counts? defining persons with disabilities in our stories. The 5th chapter has to do with what disability is not, moving beyond the label. Chapter 6 is disability is not the opposite of ability. Chapter 7 talks about diverse experiences, exploring types of disability through stories. In this chapter, the author highlighted that as an umbrella association, JONAPWD has expanded from the initial 6 clusters to 10. So if you don't know, JONAPWD now has 10 clusters from the initial 6. The first 6 clusters there were National Association of the Blind, Nigerian National Association of the Deaf. I'm about doing that. So there are 10 clusters. Let me leave you to figure it out when you read the book. Then the 8th chapter is Journey on an Uncharted Route. Chapter 9, Advancing Inclusion, Gender Equity, and Cluster Representation. Chapter 10, From Signature to Action, Nigeria and the UNCRPD. Chapter 11, Everyday Barriers and Bold Responses. Chapter 12, Inclusion of Persons with Disability in Nigeria, Achievements, Future, Directions, and Partnership. And chapter 13, the last one, Visions of Tomorrow, Hopes and Expectation for Disability. So the last part of this presentation, for time constraints, is who are the beneficiaries? This book will benefit disability rights activists, disability inclusion researchers, and students. Organization of persons with disability, organization for persons with disabilities, donor, national and international civil society organizations, academic community, policymakers, legislature, ministries, departments, and agencies, disability community members, and the media. It will guide stakeholders in their work with persons with disabilities and the rest of the population. Moreover, individuals within the rest of the population could read this book to improve their knowledge. There were commitments made. The first commitment is that this book will be translated in no distant future towards, there's a plan to reproduce this book in a short audiovisual documentary. And then JONAPWD is committed to comprehensive demographics, a kind of survey to know the exact disabilities per cluster, and then ensure that they have local government chapters in the 36 states. There are 36 state chapters already, and several others. So in conclusion, given time constraints, I thought I have 15 minutes for this, but the MC said I need to wrap up. This book is a very important source book for researchers on disability movement in Nigeria. It was written in a storytelling format and is reader-friendly and very educative. This book remains a vital advocacy material that is recommended to all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ogajide. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stay on stage to invite the co-authors of this book. It's important that you celebrate an intellectual property, something that has gone out as a great resource for our community. So our chief servant, able president, Ogatunde, leave him alone for now. Can we please welcome him up stage as a co-author? Madam Ekaite Omo is not in our midst, but I don't know if someone can stand as a representative. What? Huh? Oh, she's online. Oh, please help me celebrate our woman leader, the most powerful woman leader. And please, you join us also on stage. Mr. Olamide, Honorable Dr. Olamide, please join them up stage. And please come with a copy of the book because we need to project it. Right about now, we're going into the photography, so we want to start by celebrating the authors of this book. And after they do that, I'm going to welcome every key stakeholder in front to just come with a copy of the book and just stand by them. We do that photograph, and then we go into the main photograph itself. It's just about 3 categories. Are we ready? Do you have the copies of the book? Can you come this way, sir? Move away from the podium. You come. Can we project Madam Ekaite on the multimedia screen, please? Can we just have, if she can put on her camera, She can be on the screen or her name. Are you holding the book? Please bring one for our chief servant too. Bring a copy of the book for him. Just any copy. Just borrow. Let's borrow your copy. Bring one for Oga Olamide and then for. Okay, you have one. Oga Jide, do you have one with you? All right then. So. Abi, please let me have one. Oh, hey. Let my ministry blow. Future me in it. Yes.
Please get one for.
And please, the representative of the minister join us. Yes, the representative of the minister join us. Our international partners from the Canadian Embassy, yes, sir, join us. And Ford Foundation, please join us upstage. And the board member of JONAPWD, please, sir, join us upstage. All right. Okay. One woman, one more woman. Tinini tanana, tinini tanana. Can we have the ma, please? And the cluster leader for the Albinism Association. I saw her earlier. Madam Olabisi, or yes. Okay. All right, please, can you join us, ma'am? The pink, hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Please, can you join us upstage? Yes. It needs to be gender balanced, too. Is Madam Dolapo in the room? Can someone please lead Madam Dolapo to join us upstage? She's not? All right. Okay, let's do this quickly. Okay, all the cluster leaders, so that quarrel no go day. All the cluster leaders, please join us. And the executive secretary, the immediate past executive secretary, and even the secretary of Dr. Ishak, so that we will be able to eat lunch today. Dr. Ishak, please, can someone lead Ishak to join us on stage? Yes, maybe some two can join us now. What is secretary doing, sir? Secretary? Secretary, Dr. Ishaku. Dr. Ishaku, please join us, sir. All right. Okay, let's do this. All the cluster groups, are they here? Please, someone lead Dr. Ishaku here quickly. He has to be in this photo. Honorable Barrister Kelv, I see you. My dear friend, Dr. Chike, I see you. Dr. Amina, we see you. Honorable Shaibu, we see you. And if you don't mind, please join us. If you can't come up stage, you could just join us right in front here. It looks like the stage is filled already. Could you please join us? Sir? Madam Uche. Madam Uche, please join us too. All right, sir. You can, yes, let's be down here. Perfect. Photographer, can you get the people down here? Is it possible? It's possible? All right, perfect. Where's Ogatunde? It's enough. All right then. All right, so let's do this. Please make sure you're projecting the copy of the book. All right, Dr. Amina be in the middle, and we are good. Okay. Okay, so. All right, let's do this quickly. All right, we're ready. We're ready. Right, so we're going to do the Cosdin photo. You could just drop the book by the side. Just drop it by the side and we have the Cosdin photo. Ogatunde, should I still follow the order of photography or this is fine? All right, so please just drop the book by the side. All the National Exco, please join us for this photo. All the National Exco, please. You could just create space for them to be here. Yes, please remain on stage, and then the National Excos can join us. All right. Make sure you're standing in a position where your face will show, your teeth will shine, and your shoe will also shine, all right? Yes, you're facing the right way. Thank you, sir. This way, sir. Yes. Perfect. Lead them this way. No, those on the wheelchair can stay in front of you and you won't be blocked in any way. No, you are not being blocked, sir. Yes. I can see your face very well. Honorable Shuaibu, please go to the side of a photographer. Please, if you can't take everybody at once, you can take it in 2 batches. Honorable Shuaibu, are you okay there? All right, we're ready. All right, everybody say Cosdin. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're going to have, thank you all very much, our distinguished guests. And I want to plead with you, please don't leave the room yet. We're going straight into our first plenary. That's because we want to make sure that some key people are in the room to make their input. So we're having just 3 minutes sensory break. Just say hello to someone, take a quick selfie, and then settle down while we get the stage ready for the plenary. Sensory break for just 3 minutes, quickly, while you take your seat, while you stretch your legs. But please do not leave the room. We're going directly into our plenary, and I guarantee you that plenary is going to be so needed for this work. We want to make sure that some of our distinguished guests are in the room for this plenary to happen. Please, those on wheelchair, can you? Those on wheelchair, please, can you go back to your seat? Go back to your position. right, thank you very much. Can we quickly get the stage ready for the plenary? Thank you. Yes, sir. All right, settle down, everyone. distinguished colleagues, hello. Interestingly, there will be time for more photo shoots. There will be time for more networking. There will be time to exchange pleasantries. But right now, we need to settle down for our plenary. And please join me as we welcome up stage the representative of the Honorable Minister. Please, can someone lead him up stage? Join me as we welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister to join me up stage for the plenary. Please, we will take these photos. Photographer, please pause small. Thank you, my distinguished leaders. Take your seat as we get ready for the plenary. You don't want to miss this plenary. Sir, join me as I also welcome up stage join me as I also welcome Dr. Tayo Aduloju, the Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Economic Summit. Please join us up stage.
Please let us all settle down. Please let's have our seats.
Please, can I also welcome up stage Okay, so while we're getting settled, we have the representative, the executive director of the African Disability Forum, Mr. Schwab. He is online for his goodwill message while we're getting settled. Can we please put him up? Oh, he's set. All right, thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
I would like to address this meeting on behalf of the African Disability Forum. I'll start by greeting all the distinguished guests on the podium, the partners, and all the participants. And I would like to say that I'm very honored on behalf of the African Disability Forum to extend warm greetings and sincere goodwill to all of you who are gathered for the Conference of Stakeholders on Disability Inclusion in Nigeria. This year's celebration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, themed Fostering Disability Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress. This is very timely and deeply significant for our collective work on the continent. The vision of an inclusive Africa where persons with disabilities can participate fully and equally and with dignity cannot be achieved without a strong rights-based movement and committed leadership at national and local levels. In this regard, we acknowledge and celebrate the role and the strategic role and impact of JONAPWD. For many years, JONAPWD has been at the forefront of disability advocacy in Nigeria, modeling a powerful rights-based approach that resonates across the African continent. Its leadership continues to inspire change, strengthen community-led advocacy, and shape national and regional discourse on disability inclusion. JONAPWD's efforts remain essential as we advance towards an inclusive development for all. The African Disability Forum encourages all partners, stakeholders, and especially the government of Nigeria to continue supporting and investing in the transformative work that JONAPWD and the broader disability community are leading. A disability inclusive society benefits everybody. It drives social harmony, unlocks economic potential, and strengthens democratic participation. Your continued commitment will accelerate the social progress highlighted in this year's theme. As we reflect on this year's global focus, let us renew our resolve to remove barriers, uphold rights, and build societies where persons with disabilities can thrive without limitation. Together, we can transform policies into practice and aspirations into reality. Finally, I just want to say that the African Disability Forum stands firmly with you, with Nigeria, and with all our continental partners in advancing a more inclusive Africa. I want to thank you and wish you a successful conference. Let me see the full name of the conference. Conference of Stakeholders on Disability Inclusion in Nigeria 2025. Thank you very much, and all my best wishes for your proceedings today.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate the commitment of the African Disability Forum. Dr. Ikeoba, please go ahead with the plenary. Put your hands together for the panel and Barrister Dr. Ikeoba.
Thank you very much. Good. Are we in the afternoon or are we in the morning, please, gentlemen? Okay. Yes. Few minutes, yes. I think they say we can say good day by this time, right? Okay. So good day, everyone. My sister, I will forgive you for trying to destroy that beautiful name. Is Ihekwu Abba Paul. Ihekwu Abba Paul. Thank you very much. I think I'm in charge of this session, and I'm a bit shaken because I have a lot of timber and calibers here up, to ask this kind of people questions, You need to be very careful so that you can be sure of your next lunch. All right, we'll start with introduction. I have already introduced myself. When you say tortoise, you will first introduce himself first. So I have done that already. So I go to my immediate left to please do so, sir.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Daniel Dundaliop. I'm on this panel representing the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Dr. Bernard Mohamed Doro.
Tayo Adeluju, I am Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group.
And I am Abdullahi Ali Usman, the Chief Servant of Disabled Community of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for them, please? For those who are in a hurry for a break, tea break, I assure you we'll leave here in a jiffy. You have 15 minutes first round to respond to questions. So each person have about 3 minutes, and then we go around and then have a response. We'll go to these participants, get their questions, and then we respond to that, and we are good. So let me start with the people's servant, Mr. President. My question goes to you, sir. Mr. President, as you can see, the government have been, bringing out, churning out policies for Nigerians. My question is, where do we come in, the Nigerians with disabilities, with respect to policies of the government? Have you been able to ensure that there's a percentage, for instance, the renewed hopes? Our hope. Do we have a hope in the Renew Hope agenda? Is there any nexus between the government and the people with disabilities in Nigeria?
Thank you so very much. Well, if I start with your question, the last statement, if you say, do we have hope for the Renew Hope agenda of Nigeria? The answer is yes. We really have hope. But we are afraid of the hope we have, because we believe the government has a Renew Hope agenda thinking to improve almost 8 pillars, which involve education, socioeconomic, health, security, and others. But our fear, as I rightly say, is that persons with disability were not there. If you remember your first question, you talk about the policy. Persons with disability were not here on the design of what the government is trying to do. How do you think if somebody is thinking for us? They don't know our needs. The only thing is when they sit down and they say, okay, yeah, we need to involve persons with disability. What will come to their mind, they look at they define disability on charity model. When they define disability on charity model, they will start thinking, okay, what and what do they need? Can we buy tricycle for them? Can we buy guide camp for them? Can we buy rice for them? This is the way the federal government of Nigeria are defining disability. And that is why we keep calling. We want a situation whereby they bring the person with disability in their design of whatever program they want to do, so that we define ourselves on what? On human rights approach.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to do in order of this, so I'm going straight to the minister.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because of the reactions you just brought. Honourable Minister, you're in a hot seat, sir. Thank you. Now, how can Nigeria better, the present government, how can they integrate persons with disabilities into the, current economy, whether digital or analog? How can we benefit? How can Nigerians with disabilities benefit from the current system? You can hear, you just heard what the president who represents us in Nigeria just said, and I agree with him totally. So, what is the effort of the government in bridging this gap of thinking for us? It's only in Nigeria you barb a man in his absence. So, when will you stop babbing us in our absence?
Well, latching on the last submission by the president, who, in all honesty, spoke the mind of not just the disability commission, our community, but even those of us who, are not part of the community. You cannot truly shave a man in his absence. People must be brought to the table so that they know exactly where the shoe pinches. And in trying to design or even execute a plan that has to do with them, they must be fully involved. And this brings me to the vision of the Honorable Minister, who is a stickler to ensuring that whatever hasn't worked in the past must not be sustained. How do I mean? You cannot identify somebody who is desirous of assistance or engagement without having clear, dependable, usable, and workable data on that person. And that is why the current conversation around having a robust social intervention register, which captures not just the disability community, but captures every Nigerian with stratifications or with clusterization of the essence or the nature of the being of that person. In doing that, you'll be able to know you have X amount or X number of people living with disabilities in our communities. You'll also be able to know the nature of disability, because in now trying to intervene or trying to engage or trying to move them from where they are to where they truly deserve to be as components of a greater Nigeria, you'll be guided based on that data. So having a social register that captures the essence specifically of each and every one of us, disabled or otherwise, is very key. Again, we've been having a conversation. He's been on seat for the past 2 weeks, but we've been having a conversation on where the line really exists, where the divide exists from having humanitarian interventions and development. If you understand this, you realize that there are two broad divides, but then most times what the president has spoken about is not really developmental. Throwing tokens, throwing rice or mobility aids is not really development. That is alleviating your current state. But at what point do we stop giving you handouts or giving people handouts and developing them? That is why, again, issues like interventions or programs like the conditional cash transfers are key. And in doing that, over the time, what we inherited is a ministry that also paid so much attention to ensuring that disadvantaged communities or people living with disabilities are also targeted. Now, the question is in the volume. Has it been enough? No, it hasn't been enough. So this is where we consider it as work in progress. It's something that we're going to continue doing. Again, we've also been able to look at issues that give rise to poverty. The keynote speaker was speaking about how the disadvantaged or the disabled community are affected 6 times more in terms of conflicts or crises or in terms of natural disasters. We're also looking at how we're going to mitigate that by ensuring that we take it to the last mile. And if the last mile is the person at the grassroots, we also look at the disabled community as a last mile, so that interventions that are going to be deliberately and targeted at such members of this community to ensure that if natural disasters come or if there's crisis or conflict, they are not left behind to their own to their own selves to take care of themselves. No, there has to be a mitigation strategy that's going to be implemented going forward. We're still talking policy anyway, but and this simply because we've been on seat for about 2 weeks, but we inherited a system that works, but we also realize that that's a system that can be improved upon, and the Honorable Minister is desirous of doing that, and that is why, again, the conversation is around engaging to be able to know what it entails or what is needed, and also to bring the people to the table so that they are going to be part of the conversations, because at the end of the day, they must be part of the solution.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put out together for the Honorable Minister being represented here. Okay, to my brother who is standing in for the private sector, some time ago, sir, after a day's work, I went into a place to eat somewhere in central area. And the place was very unfriendly. It's a public place, people come there to eat. That was inside near City Plaza, CD Plaza, or what they call it, is it Koi or something, I don't know, they call it a restaurant. So, and the place wasn't very friendly. And I called and said, why is this place like this? And they couldn't give me good. So my lawyer wrote to them, and then their lawyer wrote back and said, that's where I'm going to, that they are not part of that act because they do not fit into public institution. And I said that lawyer guided them in error, because if you look at the interpretation of side of that very act, the public there is any institution, any building that is made use of by the people, by society, not just by government. It doesn't mean that it's owned by government. So what effort is the people, like a group, the NESG, doing to educate the public sector? Because there is this mindset, the efficacy of every law lies in its implementation. So if the people does not buy into the act to implement it, it's a problem. And the private sector seems not to have ownership or take ownership that they are part of those to ensure that the Disability Act is implemented. What are you people doing to make private sector economy inclusive?
So that's an important question. And so my reflections will be layered. My first reflection is, like I said during my keynote, as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, we asked members of the Persons with Disability Committee to help us reflect on how to be inclusive. The truth of the matter is that, like I noted, no involvement equals no commitment. It's very difficult for a group of people who have not had the lived experience of something to design for it. And I think that that is the primary problem. Go and check whether in the entire design of the CD Plaza you went to, that the architect remotely thought that 16% of the guests to CD Plaza would be persons with disability. I doubt that it crossed his mind. I doubt that when that plan was now being approved, right, that somebody approving the building asked the question, is this going to be a public place? Yes. Does it have X and Y facilities for persons with disability? I doubt that that question was also asked, because I'm sure if you go into the restroom in CD Plaza, not only is you are discussing the restaurant, it's also not at all designed to respond. So the point I'm making is that this is where I pointed to the whole of society approach. First is we must make the whole society conscious of it. Second, the law itself needs a mainstreaming strategy. That the act itself needs a mainstreaming strategy where we ask, how is the lived experience of persons with disability, right, in the engagement of society happening? Then, what are the points, the nerve points or the points of interactions? How are those interactions structured today? And what will it take for system shift? If today, the Honorable Minister of the FCT goes out and announces all public places should comply, right, with refitting for persons with disability, that they are 16% of our population, etc., etc., and maybe because of the additional investment, you give a time period. I can assure you that if he says he will enforce it, people will do it, right? And it will not be whether the business wants to do it or not. It will be whether they want to stay in business. So the act exists. That's why I think that's the point Mr. President made. The act exists. It's not the act. You now need policy and regulation, right? Policy, regulation, and strategies to bring the act into alignment with societal expectations. Because remember that they are misaligned historically. Culturally, socially, they are misaligned. In fact, traditionally, sometimes they're completely misaligned, right? Imagine we were introducing this in ancient Greece, where any person with disability, any child with disability was killed at birth. It's a whole social, cultural, socio-ecological change, right? So I think we must challenge the socio-ecological transitions we must go through, and we need some detailed plans. And this is where the act is not enough. When will all buildings in Nigeria be compliant? Even if we say it's 10 years, you know, all public, let's say all federal buildings, when would they be compliant? Right? Let's even say to take 5 years or because of the time it takes to. When will all public buildings then be compliant? If a society does not set measurable goals for itself, it won't happen. So this commitment to action needs a plan. The plan is not the act. The plan is not the policy. The plan is some clear, perceivable, tangible milestones. I think it was former Mr. President that said, look, you have Credit Corp. Credit Corp exists today. It's giving credit today, right? Now, what does it take to say Credit Corp? Yes? Yeah, but the point is that that's writing. What does it take for the minister, right, of humanitarian affairs, the minister of finance, those that oversee this Credit Corp, to come together and say, okay, the target is 16% of our population. That's the number. Can 15%, even if they say they won't give us 50%, okay, give us 8% first, of the money be available for a representative, sometimes a representative value of the segment. Then you then say to the joint association, go and solve for the criteria. Now the criteria likely also was not written with persons with disability in mind. Aha. Then you have a special committee then that then writes one, right, for persons with disability. So you say the process can't be at 32,000 feet. Sorry, it won't work, my brother. The process has to be at some tangibles, and we cannot win at everything today. So if we say public spaces must be compliant, your example you gave, without regulation and standards, it won't happen. It will now be left to the owner, the awareness of the owner of the business, to now say, I will make it comply. Either because he has signed on to the SDGs, or he has signed on to the ESG reporting. And under ESG reporting now, we are asked, those of us that signed on to ESG, we are asked, what are you doing to account for persons with disability in the environment? It asks the question, so you're forced to audit for it. So the other thing we can do is the protocols that force business into human rights can also play a big role. So for example, the United Nations Global Compact, if you look at the equity side of it and the human rights side of it, this will come under that, and it gives some way to do it. So plans on ground, some clear commitments, some regulation, and some society-wide approach.
Thank you so much. Please, can we clap for him for such a wonderful, intelligent contribution? That takes me back to the Honourable Minister, sir. You see, from what, this is a follow-up questions, and for what my brother just said, it calls for some level of political will. And there is a coordinating agency that the government has put in place for the purpose of galvanizing and ensuring unity of purpose among MDS as regards to disability policies, disability inclusive policy and all that. And when I entered here, I looked very, very closely, and I'm not seeing a representative, except I'm making a mistake, of the Commission of Persons with Disabilities present here. In fact, I asked one of my brother, I whispered, I said, is there a Cold War between JONAPWD and Commission? Because some of us, we have a very loud voice, so we cannot be able to, we can't whisper, we can't do a divination for a criminal. In those days, if you go to this Ifa priest, if you're a robber and it's dividing for you, somebody at the side will hear say, that if come that place, so in the times ahead. So those of us who don't have loud voice, we cannot afford to, because we will surely expose some things. So going back to what I'm saying is this, there's a need for a kind of coordination for policies, issues of this kind. There must be a will of the government to bring this together and ensure a compliance. What is the ministry doing to harmonize and ensure that there is synergy, to understand? Because, sir, without JONAPWD, there would have been no commission. We are the people that fought and under the rain, under the sun, to create the commission. And in all ramifications, the commission cannot be higher. In Igbo land, they said, okra cannot grow higher than the man that planted it. Okay? So, and a child cannot become so powerful that the parents cannot bring him to order. We are the parent body of the commission, and by way of, it doesn't matter who sits as the head of the JONAPWD. Okay, there's a saying in Igbo land. It said, no matter how tiny the neck is, the head must sit on it. So no matter how whatever the first son is, you must give him the palm wine, of his father every other day. So there is a need for kind of coordination, which the ministry, what is the ministry doing to harmonize and to ensure that there's a coordination of policies? There is this MDS to work under the commission, and the commission to carry along the parent body and ensure, because if there's a disunity, if there's a disconnect, then it's going to affect the entire Nigeria system. That's what my brother said. I have personally, I have not just written, I have gone to, I have met with the management of Credit Corps alongside BOI on how to step down the conditions so that my people, our people, can benefit on this. So, but what I'm doing as OPD cannot be as powerful as when government is involved. So what's government doing to make this a reality?
Thank you very much for this. There are actually two questions there, and I will try as much as possible to avoid the politics of the commission and JONAPWD. And I say this on two grounds. One, I'm here in a representative capacity, and two, I have also lived that experience. My brother James is somebody I know very well, and I know the battles he's fought over time. And it's knowledge like this that has also helped us, those who work closely with the minister, to remind him of something he knows quite well, that not until we have an aggregation of thoughts from as wide as the components of the society is, we will always leave people behind. And if our mantra is to ensure that nobody's left behind, then you can be rest assured that whatever it is, we'll have to find a meeting point, regardless of the friction that we may not really want to admit exists, but that some of us know exists, even though you were trying to paint it in a more beautiful way. If the commission, National Agency for People with Disabilities, if at all they are not able to be seen, embracing each and every member of the community, then they've also lost the moral right to speak to others on the need to be inclusive. If you cannot be inclusive to people who who are part of your umbrella body simply because you don't like the face of the person who sits there, or you don't like the way the person prays or how he prays, then you've lost the moral high ground. But as a ministry, and again, knowing fully that there's going to be an interministerial interaction to ensure that everybody is carried along, you can be rest assured that this is a conversation that must be heard, because if we do not have that conversation, that one person we say we don't want to leave behind, we realize that we're actually leaving 16% of us behind. And if we're leaving 16% of us behind, then trust me, we must be said to have failed. Back to the issue of credit card. Again, I told you that we have admitted that a lot of people don't understand the difference between humanitarian assistance and developmental initiatives. We'll continue to ensure that the gray line, it's made even more grayer, so that people are graduated from being beneficiaries of humanitarian assistance to people being candidates targeted for development. Because if you do not have sustained development, then we'll continue running in the same cycles. And at the end of the day, the 16% that we see today will not shrink. It will actually grow. So if you don't do it today, you are risking having 16% becoming 18, 20, and 50% tomorrow. And if you find it difficult to do it today at 16%, nothing says you can do it at 50%. So like in planting a tree, the best time to have done it is yesterday, but the next best time is today. And this is what the ministry is surely going to ensure, that it engages other MDAs that have responsibilities to catering to our social needs, even as people living with disabilities, that we have that conversation and draw up a strategy, which of course is going to involve elements of the disability community in driving this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My beloved brother, back to you. There's a need for empowerment of people with disabilities, and which is one of it is employment. And we understand that sometimes the private sector needs a kind of enabling environment. And I want to ask, is there in existence any kind of incentive, whether at the state level or the national level, currently, that supports companies, private or public, especially private, to hire PWDs, and if there is, or if there are, how effective, how efficient are they?
So I think the answer to the question is, again, like I said when I began my keynote, we already have the broad authorization. The law already says so. Now, between the law saying Nigeria must do or should do certain things is this gap. Okay, currently, the inclusive employment policies exist. If you read some, at least within corporate Nigeria, the UNJC, employee rights, the labor regulations, to the degree to which the work capability or competence requirement can be delivered fully by a person with disability, he should not, on any other grounds, be discriminated against once he demonstrates the competence to deliver or do that work, right? So that already exists, both in law, on labor side, and in the act, in terms of the Prohibition Act. In the execution of that, in the execution now of that law, there is then the question of, for example, no clear targets on quotas, right? So I'm not compelled today by any rule or standard that of the maybe 10 people I employ, 2 must be persons with disability. There's currently no law that compels me, right? However, if a person with disability applied for the role and is capable to perform the role, if you discriminate against such a person, as you know, on the basis of them being the person with disability, not because of their capacity to do the work, that can be something that can be both fought for and regulated against. So I think where we are at now is, back to the question of execution, is one, we need some clear quota target type guidelines that pushes or at least challenges the private sector to do some more of that. Does that exist? No. Now, within the UNGC, does exist, that's United Nations Global Compact, which the private sector, that's a part of the SDG framework that the private sector adopts. That adoption automatically commits you to equal employment for all without discrimination, including persons with disability, right? And then it then challenges you with certain protocols to now set up the process to make it happen, because you also have to now identify the types of work in your environment that a person with disability can perform and create the opportunity for it. So there's an opportunity development mandate to get that to happen. I think this is a space that requires more expansion. Again, it's why I said to Mr. President that in the future editions of this conference, it will be important to begin to create the spaces to build the pathways. It's like the commission. I don't think, back to the question that SA raised, I think the commission is a strategic plan that has multi-stakeholder input first, with clear targets. Then the whole country will hold the commission accountable, whether the commission comes to a meeting or not, right? Like any other agency of government. I think it's the same thing with the private sector. I think we need a clear sector plan, right, that says in 5 years or in 10 years, this is where we want to be, right? And I think that that plan has to be co-created with government. And then all of us then follow that plan. So I asked the question 2 years ago. I said, how many worker age persons with disability do we have, and what are their skills, competencies? Where is the database? It didn't exist because, by the way, even database of the persons without disability for work has not been uploaded.
Yeah.
Now, the last part is, Nigeria is a country with 133 million multidimensionally poor people. The private sector as it's currently organized private sector can only absorb less than maybe 8, 9, 10% of the entire labor force of Nigeria into formal work. So the truth is, we have an opportunity because Nigeria is largely informal. As we build Nigeria's industrialization, we have an opportunity to build at the foundation of that reindustrialization of Nigeria, persons with disability built right into the framework. Okay, because currently, you know, in the whole country, your organized private sector can only absorb a small amount. Now, how do you close that gap? I think the gap can be closed in 3 ways. What the organized private sector can do, which is a small part, but what the large informal sector can do, which must be supported. This is where you need incentives. Okay, let's say, for example, if you create some opportunities, you get a certain type of tax credit, something that triggers the incentive to behave differently. So I think as soon as we have some of that, it will begin to change. Now we can sit down in the next 1 year with the association and write some of these things. By the way, again, we are asking people who are not, who do not understand the lived experience to go and think about it. It will take a long time. We need to think and say, here's a regulation for equal opportunity for persons with disability. Let's debate it. Here is a regulation for informal sector adoption of persons with disability into work. Here is a proposed skills pathway for artisans that are persons with disability. Like that. We now need to think about it so that we stop the excuses from happening and we don't know enough. I think that takes us forward.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put the hands together for you? That's fantastic. We are almost rounding up. Mr. President, you have the last question. You answer it in 2 minutes, and then have extra 1 minute to make your general inputs, and then you hand over to him for 1 minute to round up, and the Rev Minister being represented will also do the same. And then we'll give about 3-4 minutes, 5 to the audience to ask questions, and then you respond to them, and that will be it for you. Now, your questions, sir. 2027 is almost here. I understand the game started even in 2023, so very soon we will be entertained by the politicians with their rhetorics and poetic incentives and innuendos. The question now is, how prepared is JONAPWD to actually make a presentation from a position of strength? Because I think we are being taken for a ride all this while. What are we going out? Do we have something to present? I say, if we do this for us, we will do this. And do we have some kind of leverage for which the government will be forced into an alliance with us because they know that we have certain strength from the point of voting that can make or mar their position, their aspiration, whether as a president, or as a governor, or as a senator, or as House of Rep, as the case may be. So, do we have such? What is JONAPWD leadership doing to give us some level of leverage so that we will not just go and collect 2,000 and some frustrated kilos of rice, and then we vote out ourselves for 4 years? Do we have plans to engage the government come 2027? In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so very much, sir. But before I respond to your question, although you say I have only 2 minutes, I want to chip in the question you earlier asked the Honorable Minister, the issue of JONAPWD Commission, maybe some of our members who occupied a political appointment or otherwise. As you rightly said, Joint National Association of Persons with Disability is the umbrella and the mother of all disability community. JONAPWD and Commission, for example, are also the office of the SSA to the present. We are fighting the same team. We only want to see the progress of persons with disability in this country. And also, we don't have any issue to any of our sons or daughters because JONAPWD is the mother. The Joint National Association, or I would say collectively the community of persons with disability, we fought for the commission as well as the office of the SSA and other political or any government office occupied. We are working together with each and every one of them. Some of you who have the agenda, you will see that we invited all other stakeholders. I have the acknowledgement copy here with me, and I don't know the schedule. I call both the executive secretary and the SSA. The SSA told me that he has an issue, he's not in the town, and he intended to be here. Unfortunately, he has a plight problem. But I don't know the schedule of ES. When I called, he didn't pick, but we are together. The duty of Joint National Association of Persons with Disability is to see, maybe if you are the executive secretary or you are holding any office for persons with disability, the JONAPWD is to see you do the right thing for our community member. If you did not do anything, definitely we'll go and meet you, advise you, and tell you the right thing. I remember one time the final executive secretary of commission, who is presently here, there was a time something happened. I know maybe Ms. Lawal Didi, Honorable Adamu Shaibu and General Secretary, we easily remember. Something happened, then the Executive Secretary went to Kano and organized some issue with community of persons with disability. When I look at the issue, I just flew up to Kano. I gathered a press conference. After I come back from the Kano, I moved directly to his office. When I met him, the first question I asked him, I said, sir, are you denying JONAPWD as your mother? That is what I asked Lalu. He answered me, no. I said, look at JONAPWD, do not look at Abdullah Ali Usman. Abdullah Ali Usman is the #1 servant of the community. JONAPWD is not for him. So when I explained everything, he's here. He just apologized and we shake hands and we continue our life. So we still look at maybe those people who do not see here, they are still our children. We don't know, we just assume that maybe some issue disallow them to come. And I know maybe tomorrow they will come and explain honest time, and we are together and we are fighting for one right. So this is what I want to put so that people will be clear on the issue. So the question also you asked me, I hope I still have 1.5 minutes, yeah? so sir, the question you asked me, the preparation for next Nigerian election, what we are planning or what do you want. We really have a lot of plans. If you look at the second row, all the people there are the National Executive of the National Association of Persons with Disability. Our plan is mainly towards the election because we have the belief that our community, the population of persons with disability in Nigeria, will make a candidate to be a president of Nigeria. Because by the calculation, we are over 35 million. Since the time when I grew up and I know the election started 1999, always the difference between #1 and #2 who become president of Nigeria is not more than 1/4 of the population of persons with disability. So because of that, we have a lot of plan, and by God's grace, this time around, our plan is already, we, the person with disability, we don't have party. I keep on saying that. We are like the royal fathers. Everybody is our own. The only one we support is he who knows our value. So by God's grace, collectively, we are going to discuss when we see the contestants to see what and what you have. We want to see your packet, to see what and what do you have for person with disability. The one who we think is very better, is very cheap for us, will come openly and publicly. We promise this election, the disabled community of Nigeria is going to bring he who is going to be the president by God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a closing remark. That's a very good one. Please, my brother, your closing remark. 1 minute.
I will be less political than that.
Please.
But just to say, co-creation, a lot of the things that we need to move forward with beyond commitment cannot happen at 32,000 feet. It has to happen in small rooms, small walk tables. And there are a couple of areas. We need to finish some work on education, health, access, jobs, credit. These things we say we want. Of all the things, if we say the top 5, when can we get some clear action plans to the minister? Some things that we can do between now and 2027. And I think that then gets us going, and we can celebrate some wins around those kind of things. So I think an action framework to get us going will help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll have to get a bit political here because you've mentioned politics. And I'm just wondering, we've woven a bit of the conversation around credit core. And if memory serves me right, it is the creation of this administration. And for somebody who has given you so much, even if so much is little, he or she has washed himself to be able to ask you to have more faith and confidence in him, because from whence that little came, much is coming. And this government is also an extension of another government that was in office for the past 8 years. And I've heard the president reminded us that JONAPWD is the mother of the commission. And again, this is deliberate policies or deliberate actions of the APC governments that have been able to show some form of acknowledgement and appreciation of the disabilities community. So I wouldn't leave this stage without reminding you that if we've been faithful, even as little, please trust us so that we'll continue having these conversations and deepen our own commitment to each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very subtle campaign. Yeah, it's time for questions. I can see my very good friend and brother. We used to fight a lot, but he remained my brother. Yes, he will be number one to make a response. Yes, my Oga Doctor. Gender balancing, Ajia, that's number 3. The president of the visually very sighted. They don't see, but they see more than you and I. Like, that's number 4. Then finally, Wahala there, because okay, I've seen the 3 hands. We'll see what we can do. I can do. These are great people. I cannot say no to them. So let me start with Honorable James. Okay, yes, the woman will come, please. No wahala. Let's give James, Honorable James, to make his input. 2 minutes. No, 1 minute, please, because we don't have time.
You finish. Good afternoon. Though my own is not question. I have heard what the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Business Summit is saying. Sincerely, there was a body, Nigeria Business Disability Network. This Nigeria Business Disability Network was formed, I think, about 4 years ago. We used to hold conferences in Lagos annually. There are more than 50 different businesses involved from the private sector. The headquarters is in Access Holdings headquarters in Lagos. And we have MTN members. Dangote Group are members. We have Unilever members. Most of these giant companies are members, including ERPs, including Rano, including KFC, and all of these businesses are members. The primary focus of this group is to promote disability confidence in businesses, bringing these private sectors together to be able to review the disability law and implement it within their own cycle. As I am telling you today, MTN has employed a lot of persons with disabilities in their own places. There are other places, Unilever and other things. I am standing here proudly to tell you that I was able to recommend some persons with disabilities for employment in this business outfits. Again, these similar businesses are already working on accessibility in their own business environment, buying assistive devices to support persons with disabilities that are working with them. These are some of the things these organizations are working on. I am happy about this Nigeria Economic Summit Group. You are more larger than them. We are inviting you to extend your hand of fellowship to collaborate with them, to expand this, to bring disability inclusion into businesses. This group have accepted that 5% employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. And so the National Disability Regulation also addresses these issues of accessibility, provide all the compliance measures, all the procedures for the implementation of it. I think your group can work with JONAP, work with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities to actualize this within the private sector to promote disability inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ajia. Don't worry. You're not forgotten, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Angela.
My own question. I've seen the presentation by the gentleman from the Economic Summit. But one of the things that we need to also start looking at is the tax that people are supposed to start paying in Nigeria. I was opportune to go for a study tour with our former ES, Lalu, to Kenya, where we saw in Kenya, persons with disabilities are not taxed. So how do we now go about it in Nigeria? Because we have a lot of us using appliances, you know, even if you buy a car in Kenya, they don't tax you. But say, for example, now, we have a huge number of persons with disabilities now coming out and, you know, doing wonderful things with their lives and everything. But when it comes to taxing, how would that affect us? Because it's not just about, it also should be looked at inside the inclusion in economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chike. You don't know Dr. Chike? Wonderful.
I don't know. You said 2 minutes, right?
One.
Oh, 1 minute.
1
okay.
minute.
This is my book. It's called So What If I'm Not Like You? It's a book that tells you our personal stories and what is expected of the other side. In this book, on the 21st of January 2022, I wrote as if I knew. To the leaders of tomorrow and tomorrow, hear this. Disability inclusion is not charity, it is justice. It is not favor, it is right. It is not an afterthought, it is nation building. I said PWDs will use electoral power to hold leaders accountable. The warning still stands. The disability community in Nigeria is now politically awake. We're registering to vote, contesting elections, shaping debates, and organizing coalitions. We're no longer content to clap for politicians from the sidelines. We're stepping into the arena to define the game. This whole thing, first, please a round of applause for JONAPWD. They keep raising the bar. This is a very interesting conference. So JONAPWD, please, thank you very much. We're proud of what you are doing. A lot of us in this room were advocates for a minister to be a PWD to be appointed minister. True or false? True. Did you get one? No. If you have, I have been in FEC meetings as a PWD in Shropee then, and I knew what it meant to enter FEC meetings. Sitting in FEC to decide and know what goes on in the world around you matters a lot. So please, if Mr. President will hear this, can he also consider that one of us be also members of the Federal Executive Council? Not me. I am already in ADC, so don't come my way. I'm the national leader of persons with disabilities in ADC. But we're not going to play politics here. That's not why we're here. We are, first of all, persons with disabilities. Put politics aside. I am a true Nigerian, a wonderful Nigerian, a disabled Nigerian. I told Mr. Isa Onilu to do this. I had written to him. If the law, the Disability Act says it, that the Ministry of Communication, by extension, the National Orientation Agency, should promote and give awareness to disability. They have failed to do so. They are failing, Mr. President. So please take this to the minister. Tell him that Chike Okogu Care Center, then I was the director of Center for Ability, that I have written. If you want a copy of the letter, please tell him, look, if you do that alone, Yakoyo will not make that mistake, because they will see that disability is an issue. Awareness is not created. When you come with enforcement without somebody knowing, being aware of what you're saying, you are looking for trouble. But when you give awareness to disability issues, I'm glad that JONAPWD too launched a book today. All of us should start writing. Let's push our narratives forward. If the lion had the opportunity to give account of his own escapades in the forest, it's quoted here. The hunter will always carry the day. They will not also know how the lion survived in the jungle, because the lion cannot come out and say his own part of the story. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And I believe that Nigeria will be a great place when inclusion and persons with disability. NESG, thank you so much too for what you are doing.
Thank you.
Business.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The president of NAB, Chief Dr. Stanley.
Thank you.
Please don't follow the pattern
Barrister
of my friend, GK.
Paul Ihekwaba. I think you can hold the doctor. Let me manage the chief. My is to the representative of the Honorable Minister. We have been talking about empowerment, employment, and there is this institution that gives self-employment to the visual impaired ones. That's the Nigerian Farm Crafts, Lagos. Please tell the Honorable Minister when you get back that we are still expecting him to do all that he had promised us the day we visited him. That place needs to be, reopened, and we want more blind persons to be admitted there for them to be self-reliant. Those that were asked to go home, some of them are already on the streets. And these are the things that we don't like. We discourage begging among our members. Then two, recently, or a few days ago, we heard over the news that some persons have been appointed to be ambassador of the renewed hope. Then the disability community, we want to have a desk officer in that renewed hope office in the presidency.
Thank you.
So we want that, and I think
you.
the presidency can do this by reaching out to JONAPWD. JONAPWD will always appoint someone who will represent us very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is gone. I want to sincerely apologize. My brother's hand is still up, and the chief of Rice, his hand is also up. Okay, you have 30 seconds each. My brother, the man on the cap, after him, my brother will speak. 30 seconds each. And then my sister will also give you a chance, because it's only one woman that has spoken, so you'll be two, and that will be all. Okay, please, 30 seconds, 30
all
seconds.
Protocol duly and respectively observed. Good day. I want to appreciate
Just the question, sir.
JONAPWD as a body.
Just the question, please. Just
Barrister Paul, just stay and listen to me. It's my time.
30 seconds you have.
It's my time to talk. So avoid discrimination, please. Thank you. So, the Honorable Minister ably represented here. Please, the empowerment that has been going on across the states of the Federation. I know some of the template maybe happened when your boss had not come there. It's still going on. Persons with disabilities are not part. I don't know how they do the recruitment. It's still going on. Persons with disabilities are not part of it. If you see 100 people, maybe you could see 2 persons with disabilities. It's not fair. This is not speaking well of us. And this is our own mother ministry. Please, do something. And if anything is coming to persons with disabilities, both developmental and assistant, let it come to JONAPWD. This is where we believe. When you are here today, we don't have issues with the commission. The head of the commission is not here, yet it's persons with disabilities. Lalu is here today talking to us when he was there.
Sir. Sorry, 1 minute. Hold on. You continue. Ross, hello, sir.
Don't stop me. I have the right to talk.
Hold on now, please.
You are
continue.
Okay, talk.
Please. We just want to, because of this, let them not go. We want to take a picture and then you round up your question. I don't want somebody wants to go. Please call him to come back. Please call him to come back. Let's take a picture. Then he will go, please. After the picture, you continue. That's not need to. Don't be angry, okay? We're not stopping you.
Let's stop now. Then
Just 1 minute. Let them come back and then the panelists will take a picture. Okay. He's gone, right? Okay. All right, continue, please. Just round up immediately, please.
It's okay. Please, let us be truthful and be realistic to ourselves. 4 years ago, when Lalu discovered this business, Dangote was there, this person was there, he was still our ears. He didn't come to tell us that time. We would have gone far. Now that he's out of the place, he's telling us to begin. Yes, our present ears is not here. And these people does not have issue with us. We are one and we are working together. At the end of his tenure now, he will come and tell us what he experienced when he was here. For us to continue. Who is fooling who? We are not kids. So please, if that is the case, and we all agree that JONAPWD is the father, is out of JONAPWD, all our political appointees are coming out from. Yes, whatever any agency and MDAs want to do with us, the government, let all agree, including commission, and sign that JONAPWD, that is the father and mother of the population, should be given the responsibility to shoulder anything concerning persons with disabilities. Because I also know there are places that write letters to us through the commission, it will not get to us until the program is ended. We're not going to fold our hands and be looking at
Thank you.
God bless you.
Noted. Okay. After you, my sister there will speak on that with. Please, Mike, give mic to just.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ms. Bahula Ndidi. Mine is just advice. If you can look at all of us here, most of us, or 99% are people with disability. And what we are doing today, yes, it's about us, but we need government participation. I will have loved to see here with us the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare are here because he is the coordinating minister in that aspect. And also we ought to have seen the Ministry of Finance because he's also a coordinating minister in his own area. Those are the two ministers that controls almost the affairs of this government. Please, I will advise Mr. President of the JONAPWD to please, whatever we are doing, make sure these two people, including our mother ministry, are here
Some of this discussion, if they are here, it would have been more and much more easier for our parental ministry to talk with them. Some of these issues need political will. Whether JONAPWD accepts to be political or not, we must be political in our doings. I am the first APC National Disabled Leader, and I know we have done very well even after my being in the office. So therefore, we have to use the political will to participate in the political activities, to bring the political heads into the JONAPWD affairs so that we can be able to achieve much more in our doings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Give her, and that'll be all. Without no more question, please wait, because our time is gone. We cannot do more than that. Just allow her to speak, because that will be the second one.
Good afternoon. All protocol duly observed, and I appreciate our chairman, president for JONAPWD. My name is Shoniwe Bolaji from Lagos State. I like the honorable ministers. I want to, sir, with your good in your office, help us deliver this message to honorable minister. In Lagos, particular Lagos, I detect that they are doing some empowerment in which they say federal government is giving people money. The state I came from, my even local government is Agbado, Kyoto, local government, under Alimosho. I heard we person, PWD, will not be benefited. And the next thing is that they call everybody, they did this legislation house to house. A lot of us, we went there, we struggled with this and that. The next thing I now be hearing is that some able people, some people have even received that money 4 times. When people with disability, we didn't receive anything. I'm part of the advocacy. Well, no, famous person. So, I even count the privilege for counting me worthy to participate. This is my first time in this stakeholder. So, we are pleading, sir. Help us to not only Lagos State, in some states, that this empowerment, we know that your position, sir.
You.
We don't want the past minister own that
you.
PWD will not be benefited.
Thank
It should
you.
not happen in this present
Thank
minister.
you.
I
Thank
want
you.
you to use your good office.
Thank you.
Include all PWD
Thank you very much.
in the empowerment, employment,
Thank you.
in all political
Thank you.
position.
Thank
God
you.
bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The Honorable Minister will have 1 minute or 2 to respond to those channels to him, and then we'll have a picture, and that'll be it.
Once again, thank you very much for the comments, and I'll just want to quickly answer a few of the questions. To Chief Doctor, you had said Barrister Paul can keep the doctor. I will still want to call you Chief Doctor. Your message to the Honorable Minister about the facility in Lagos will be delivered this afternoon. And whatever it is, there's going to be a feedback to you before the end of today. National Orientation Agency, yes, he had asked about that. I was coming to you, and I'll want to use my own experience. Again, I make reference to the former ES, James, who is a brother. I was privileged to be a member of the State Executive Council in Plateau State, and proudly, we had components of the SEC who are people living with disabilities. I can count on my fingers more than one honorable commissioner who was a person living with disability. So it is a legitimate ask. The average human being is lazy, so also the average politician or leader is lazy. If you have a docile followership, chances are the leadership is going to be docile too, because nobody's breathing hot air on your necks. But if JONAPWD as a community is able to organize itself even better than it is now, then you can go and negotiate for whatever you want. And again, I repeat, it is going to be a legitimate ask. Nothing is too much to be given to whoever has contributed in making the soup or cooking the broth. So it is a legitimate ask, and we'll have to find ways of improving on whatever systems we have at the moment. The Honorable Minister, like I keep saying, is nuanced, but he has displayed an uncommon ability to listen and also to be guided. He's so teachable, and all the issues that have been raised at the moment are issues I'm going to communicate to him, and you can be rest assured again that something is going to come out of this. Using people living with disabilities and abandoning them is not going to be part of his own way of doing things. Whoever is part of the table will surely have a seat and also have a voice. And again, talking about palliatives, like the speaker in green spoke about earlier, gone are the days of handouts. Engagements are going to be systematic, and people are going to be so captured in the new improved social register so that we know disability is not a one-way traffic. You have different types of clusters. And not until we're able to understand, I mean, it wouldn't be nice giving a visually impaired person, for instance, something that is actually meant for somebody who is, let's say, crippled. Again, we have to identify the clusters.
Please use the word physical.
Physical. I truly am sorry, please. Forgive me. Again, let me just say disability, the clusters are different, and we have to make sure that our engagements are cluster specific so that beneficiaries are not cross-matched. At the end of the day, the purpose is going to be lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Again, I truly am sorry for my words.
No, we understand. We're all learning. And again, we are not living with disability. It's not a virus. We are with. We're not living. We all learning. Learning is a process, brother. So you are pardoned. Yeah. At this point, please, can we take a picture? At least those of us who are still here, the panelists who are here, have a picture together, and then I will hand over to the MC, who will tell us what next to do. My apologies to Mr. MC for taking a lot of your time. It's just that we are being democratic. Thank you very much. Pictures?
Maybe we'll stand over.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. The moderator, the panelists, thank you so much for the beautiful conversation. Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for them as they are going back to their seats. Thank you very much. And I have the strong belief that we've benefited 1, 2, 3 key important message from this our deliberation here. Yeah, truly, in one way or the other, we are politicians. But the important thing is, how do we put in this our politics to take actions on disability rights, to push it in front within ourselves? We cannot just say, okay, oh, this is a party membership stuff. So we need to come together to advocate for the right of persons with disability. And if you remember, the president said JONAPWD is the mother of all clusters of persons with disability here. So we are working together. Please, let's clap for them again. Thank you very much. So we have a short break now by going for the tea break. And we'll be coming back by 2. Please. We'll be coming back by 2. Please remember that our ticket is attached to the. Please, the ticket is at the back of the flyer. To the tag. Please, the ticket is at the back of our tag. All right? Please, we are coming back 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Please, let's check our neighbors who are not here yet. Please kindly contact them that we are about starting. Please check on who sat before you, beside you the other time. Is the person back? Is the person back? If not, please let's call them to come back. Hello? I'm in front of you. I know this. Please, let's start. Please, let us have our seats. So we are all welcome back from the tea break. Please, let us all settle down so that we'll finish on time. Please. Yes, ma. We are expecting you to sit. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Madam. Please, we are waiting for you, ma.
So the data is to sell.
Welcome back once again from the tea break. President, sir. President, sir. Mr. President, please, let's start. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, with the permission of the President, we will continue on the agenda. Thank you. Before we went for the tea break, we said we only use 45 minutes. But this is 24 minutes after 2 already. But okay, thank you all for your cooperation. So, on the agenda, we still have 3 things to do. And again, with our cooperation, we need to act fast so that we'll be able to finish in time. So before I move forward, I would like to recognize the presence of our good partner, the coordinator for Disability Rights Fund, Dr. Timothy. Dr. Theophilus, sorry. So he has just a few minutes to give us a goodwill message.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This doctor that they call me, I hope people like Dr. Chike will not sue me, Sha. But the good thing is I know me call myself. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. Apologies that I was not here in the morning when all the goodwill messages were being given. I thought that if I come late, they will forget. And they refused to forget. So my apologies. I actually came back from Asaba, so I came directly from the airport. I couldn't make it in time because of the usual airline wahala, but thank God we are here. As you already know, my name is Theophilus Odaudu, and I work with the Disability Rights Fund, an organization that partners with so many OPDs here in Nigeria to advance disability rights. We are very delighted at the work JONAPWD is doing. We had Cosdin, the first edition last year, and now we have a second. And I'm particularly delighted that it's focusing on moving from commitment to action. It's very strategic because we all know that we have a whole lot of commitments that the government have made in GDS and in other fora, which is very important that we push for it to become, to result into tangible actions. The good thing is that by the time we'll be having Cosdin, the third edition, we'll be able to look back and say these were the commitments at the time this edition was held, and this is the progress that we have made. I think it's very important as a community of persons with disabilities to be able to track progress from where we are at the moment and where we will be the next time. Then we can see how much our efforts have yielded results or identify areas that we want to re-strategize. The Disability Rights Fund would continue to partner with OPDs to foster disability inclusion, because that is the core of our mandate. That is the core of the work that we do. When we support OPDs, when we want to group everything that we do under a big umbrella, it falls under disability inclusion. If we seek to advance rights, it's so that persons with disabilities would be treated equally like every other person without discrimination. So anyhow you look at it, at the end of the day, the overall goal is to have persons with disabilities included in the society, so everyone can live independently and live to their full potentials. So again, I even though this is happening just before the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, I think this is already putting us in that mood to understand that yes, we have things to celebrate, but then we still have a lot of work to do as individual persons with disability, as organizations of persons with disabilities, as civil societies, and even government institutions and departments. Every hand must be on deck if we want to achieve that inclusion that we seek. So again, I appreciate everyone for coming. I appreciate JONAPWD for this opportunity, when I should look forward to a more inclusive society. I believe this is end of November now. December, it's there, one of the last events we'll be attending. So I think it's in order to tell you all Happy Christmas. Maybe I'm the first. So Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister. Please, let's clap for him, please. The sound of the applaud I'm hearing is not loud enough. And this is one of our strong supporters of disability rights. A lot of organizations are grantee from DRF. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful work. So on the agenda, we'll be welcoming the JONAPWD Secretariat to come and make presentation on the importance of JONAPWD's data, disability data. Which is unveiling the data of persons with disability. So we all understand the importance of data, so they are coming to make presentation on that. Please, JONAPWD Secretariat, are you ready?
Yes, please. No. Good afternoon. My name is Bukumi, and I work with JONAPWD Secretariat. I'm here this afternoon to present unto us an assumptive data of persons with disability. So, disability data in Nigeria has been a serious issue, especially when it comes to planning, designing programs and interventions. Next slide, please. So, global estimation placed data of persons with disability had 15% of the total population of any given nation. And in Nigeria, the case is not different. We have, in Nigeria, there has been no disability disaggregated data. There has been no disability specific census in Nigeria around data of persons with disability. And this has been a significant problem to disability experts, advocates, especially those who rely on evidence-based data in making decisions. And in Nigeria, the National Population Commission conducted its last census in 2006, and this placed the total population of Nigeria at approximately 140 million. And since 2006, National Population Commission has been making projection around Nigerian population data. And this assumptive data was produced from the population projection of 2022. The next slide. How did we arrive at this assumptive data of persons with disability in Nigeria? We used the population projection of the National Population Commission of 2022 that placed the data of persons in Nigeria at 216,978,930. That's approximately 216 million. And then disability cluster disaggregation was based on the national disability prevalence. Assumptions from organizations of persons with disability. That's the different cluster organizations of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. The next slide. And looking at this map, thank you. Looking at this map here, we could see the different data of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. First, we use the global benchmark of 16% for the different disability clusters in Nigeria, and then we have assumption from different organizations of persons with disability, which gives us the number of persons with disability in every state in Nigeria. The next slide. This is the cluster disaggregation of persons with disability. And from this data, we have the cluster of persons with physical disability having the highest number of disability data in Nigeria. And this shows that the cluster of persons with physical disability has a data of 24.21% of the total population of persons with disability in Nigeria. Followed by the cluster of persons with hearing disability, followed by the cluster of persons with visual disability. Can we please reduce? Thank you. And then we have persons affected by leprosy. We have persons with albinism, persons with spinal cord injury, persons with intellectual disability, persons with deaf blindness, and persons with little stature. Before I move further, I would like to state that there are invisible clusters of persons with disability whose data could not be gathered because we do not have information. And this is because in Nigeria, also, data of children with disability. And this is based on the lack of functional system to document congenital disabilities at birth. And then the success of Nigeria with the eradication of polio also limit us to identify the number of persons with disabilities that are young persons. The next slide. This is the disaggregation of disability data by gender. And this is calculated based on the percentage of 51% to 49% for male and female, respectively. The next slide. So in Abia State, we have a total population of persons with physical disability to be 152,259. For persons with hearing disability, we have 146,044. So this data gives a clear picture of the different clusters of disability and the total number of persons with disability in each state. Because of the time, I'm just going to run us through each state's clusters of persons with disability. In Adamawa, we have the same persons with physical disability coming with the highest number of 176,474. The same with persons with hearing impairment. And so we have data of persons with little stature and data of persons that are deafblind coming low. The next slide. We have data of persons with disability in Akwa Ibom. And please, let's run through the slide. And then I would like to say that we have data of persons with disability, which are explorative data. So we had a project that run with JONAPWD count. JONAPWD count gives us an idea of persons with different disability clusters. Please run to the last state, sir. So the JONAPWD data count gives us the evidence of persons with disability in different states. And these are actual data of persons with disability. In the assumptive data of persons with disability that was done, we have Kano coming with the highest number based on the population of the state. And then we have FCT coming with the lowest number. Now, this is the exploratory data of persons with disability through JONAPWD counts. In overall, we have 3,883 persons with disability that registered through the link to capture the data of persons with disability. And by disaggregation, we have male to be 58% and female to be 42%. And then by age distribution, we have from age 15 to 35, 1,809 registered, and then 36 to 50 to be 1,351, and from age 51 above, we have 470 registered under the JONAPWD data count. The next slide. By disability disaggregation, these are actual numbers of persons with disability. Persons with physical disability that registered using the JONAPWD data count is 2,517. And persons with visual disability at 528, persons with intellectual disability at 310, persons with deaf blindness at 186, persons with hearing disability at 160, persons with psychosocial disability at 155, and other group of persons with disability at 119. Now, for the other clusters of persons with disability, this includes persons with invisible disability that we cannot count. The next slide. Then for causes of disability, we have illness to be 2,038, disability at birth to be 950, disability by accident to be 590, disability, those that prefer not to say, at 159, age-related disability at 50, poverty at 41, armed conflict at 32, and substance abuse at 23. The next slide. For regional representation, we have the North Central having 41%, Southwest 25%, Southeast 6%, Northeast 7%, South-South 10%, and Northwest 11%. And for each state that's registered on JONAPWD data accounts, whose data are captured, we have Plateau, we have Oyo, we have Lagos, FCT, Edo, Kwara, Adamawa, Kaduna, Osun, and Kano. The next slide. So for employment status of persons with disability, we have 53% unemployed. We have self-employed to be 31%. We have employed to be 12%, and those that are economically inactive to be 4%. The next slide. Education attainment. We have secondary education to have the highest number of 28%. We have bachelor's degree at 19%. We have NCE at 14%, primary school at 10%, and the master's degree coming last. Next slide. And for support system, many persons with disability are supported by family members and friends. which has the highest percentage, and then self-support, and the last one, which has the least percentage, is the government. The next slide. Why is disability data important? It is important for us to have the actual number of persons with disability in Nigeria to enable donor organizations, government, private organizations to plan and implement programs that are disability inclusive and also to ensure an inclusive society. I want to say thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
I think you should keep clapping for. Check. What an awesome work done by the JONAPWD. This statistics is very, very, it's a robust one, I would say. And this would really guide the work that we do in our various organizations. So I think JONAPWD, it's going to be important that you share these statistics with, I think it's on the portal that we can all access, right? Awesome. Put your hands together once again for JONAPWD. All right, just to calm our energy down a little bit, maybe wake us up. Some people just had tea, and I see that some are sitting like this. It looks like they're already far away. Okay. All right, so before I bring someone on board to do something entirely different from what's been happening in the room, I heard that someone has a comment on the statistics that has just been put up by JONAPWD. So can we have Mr. Ona? Okay, let me find out from the Secretariat if it's, can we just allow like few people speak? Is that okay? Ogatunde? Is all right? Okay, perfect. So we're going to take just 3 people. Just 3. So, Mr. Ona.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then Mr. Solomon is the 3rd person. Thank you so much. The rest of us, we will chat during during lunch.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me say that it's a great pleasure that I'm here this afternoon. By way of introduction, my name is Adeona Daniel. I am the General Secretary, National Albinism Association of Nigeria. I am the Secretary to the National Population Commission. I'm the Chairman, Joint National Association of Persons with Disability, Benue State Chapter. I also have an NGO. So you can see that here I have so many caps. But I'm representing the National Population Commission right now. And I want to, on behalf of the Commission, appreciate JONAPWD for this wonderful job they have done. I have the chairman of my acting chairman. They have the permission of my acting chairman to be here this afternoon. And I was privy to have a glance at these statistics before this presentation today. And I can say that I am very, very proud of JONAPWD. You have actually made the job of National Population Commission a lot more easier, especially when we go into the next general census. As reported by this presentation, the last census we had in this country was 2006, 19 years ago. But this association, JONAPWD, has taken our projection and have disaggregated all these indices to the excitement of not just this community, but to the National Population Commission. This document that is presented today is a certified document that can be used. You see, this answers myriad of questions that organizations, especially donor agencies, who want to know about disability disaggregation in this country. Today, we have a document to present, a certified document. We are no longer into any guesswork. Thank you, JONAPWD. Thank you, President JONAPWD.
Thank you, sir.
I am very proud to be associated with this association. You can imagine how tall I stood when I was presenting this to the commission, and then telling them that as a secretary of their commission, this is what my community has come up with. And I started challenging them. Your community, what are you doing? You can't conduct census. But here we are. You said we are disabled. We have been able to disaggregate our community. I am so happy. Also, in conclusion, let me say that what we are seeing today is an opening for better things that will come. With this document, the door is open for any project, for any program, for any activity that the disability community will want to do in Nigeria. This disaggregation was based on 2022 projection of the National Population Commission. At the end of this meeting, before the end of next week, we will have the projected figure of 2025, and it will be disaggregated. Myself and the technical working team of JONAPWD are already on that.
Thank you very much,
And
sir.
at the end of the day, the community will be better informed, better prepared, and ready for any action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the commendation. Number 2, and please let's keep our comments or question under 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Solomon. Please, I want to commend our National Secretariat. You continue to receive more commendations on the good work you are doing. We are doing. Thank you very much. As an image maker of JONAPWD Nigeria, I will need this to speak the mind of Nigerians with disability. Bukomi, take note. I need the data. You forward it to me, please. So now, 2, Mr. Secretary to National Population, please. We have been saying something. In the last, that's that 206, I remember vividly what happened. National Population Commission, using some people from the commission that time. I don't know, no, not commission. I don't know how they select it. In the next exercise you are going to do, please bring it to the table of National Secretariat of JONAPWD. JONAPWD know how to distribute, how the program will go around the states of the federation. If we are to do this, then you see that our narration will continue to change. Begin from JONAPWD so that we can see what is happening in Nigeria. Take it anywhere, they will not be part of it. Please tell the Population Commission whatever they want to do, go to JONAPWD. It's the father and mother of persons with disabilities. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
What we have seen, very well, very well. But the only place I want you to look at it, 12% employment. That 12%. Are we, those who are working among persons with disabilities, compared to this population, are they up to 12%? I want you to revisit that place. Thank you very much. I remain Solomon.
Thank you very much, sir. And third but not the least, Mr. Solomon, the CEO of the Lionheart Foundation. Please, 2
Thank
minutes.
you so
2
much.
minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
First and foremost, I'd like to comment the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities for the work well done and for the great effort to make sure that persons with disabilities are represented in the population of the country. They have started the work, and with that, the challenge is now for national head of the different clusters to make sure that the available data is as accurate as possible and can really be represented in the national population. How can we do that? It requires joint effort. Because the first thing I want to say is, for instance, with reference to the data of the deaf-blind, there is an oversight there. Even we, in the Deaf-Blind Inclusion and Advocacy Network, apart from Lagos State, where we have really been able to carry out an organized research to survey the incident of deaf-blindness with the support of the Disability Rights Fund, we have never been able to carry out a similar research in any other state as yet. The only thing we have been trying to do is to reach out to our contacts and enlighten them, try to tell them how they can identify this person. Then, for instance, if they need me, I go there to help them with the work. So far, in just 4 states, we have 87 deaf-blind. In just 4 states, we have 87 deaf-blind. So it can never be as few as 186 in the whole country. It's not possible. So that is why I said we all have to work together to make sure that the data is as accurate as possible to be presented to the federal government. Secondly, I come to realize that most parents of persons with disabilities do not recognize them or give them, provide them with any of the, valid identification. Several of our deaf-blind do not have NIN, meaning that they are not even in the Nigerian population database. They don't have NIN. For instance, like in Lagos, if you say in Lagos, you need what we call Lagos State Registration, Resident Registration Agency. They don't have it either. So we need to work together down to the local government level, organize different advocacy efforts that can enable persons with disability to get to know that your association is there. As they come to meet the association, you document their information, send their information to the state chapter sends it to the national, and the national submits it to JONAPWD. That way, we build up a database with pictures, with NIN, with everything, so that nobody can challenge such a database. They know that those people really exist and are part of the population.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. Let me just say something, right? This is a great effort and an initiative by JONAPWD. And the presentation they have made today is to give every one of you leaders in this. Hello, can I speak? Is to give you an opportunity to look at this data and then in turn work with them, okay? So it's an opportunity for you to go back to JONAPWD, with JONAPWD, and begin to update this data. While you are doing that, you are also reaching out to your community to also update their data on this dashboard that was created, okay? So JONAPWD, once again, well done. And to a little bit of an icebreaker, can we welcome on stage Miss Fatima Umar for a spoken word piece. Put your hands together for her. And something to gladden our hearts, after Fatima, we have just one more activity on the agenda, and we are done for today. Aren't we doing well with time? If I would have been done by now, but some of you sat too long at the tea break, we would have been rounding up by now. Put your hands together. Sir? Huh? I can't number, no, tomorrow now. We never finish. You don't want your bottom pot tomorrow. Now tomorrow be the bottom pot. Please keep clapping for her now as she comes to mount the stage. All right, Fatima, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, partners, stakeholders, advocates, and friends of disability inclusion in Nigeria, good afternoon. My name is Fatima Usman. I'm a school teacher and a disability inclusion facilitator. My name is Fatima Usman. I am a school teacher and a disability inclusion facilitator from Kano State. My poem is titled, Define Ability. What is ability? Ability is not defined by sight. Ability is not defined by sound. Ability is not defined by skin color. Ability is not defined by movement. Ability is not defined by doubt. Ability is in the bold vision that sees beyond sight. Ability is in the remarkable resilience in quietness. Ability is the courageous stride within stillness, irrespectful of its pace. Ability is the learner that learns differently and still excels. Ability is the worker that adapts. Ability is the employee that thrives with reasonable accommodation. Ability is in the citizen that has equal access to contribute to national development and does that excellently, not in spite of his disability, but with it. Our voices matter. We are not just persons with disabilities. We are valuable. We are capable. We are super intelligent. We are amazing. We are unstoppable. We are the future of Nigeria. We aren't asking for pity. We are asking for equal opportunities. We are asking for equal access to information, to education, to job opportunities, to transportation, to healthcare services, and to other public services. We are asking for dignity and respect. We are asking for access to dignified and fulfilling work. It is time to move beyond policies to action. For a nation that is not inclusive is a nation that shuts herself out of productivity and development. Let us build a Nigeria that recognizes and celebrates diversity in ability. Together, we can make Nigeria a better place for persons with disabilities. Once again, my name is Fatima Usman. I am from Kano State. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Perfectly said, perfectly spoken. What is ability? And you've just heard. So seated in this room are people with diverse of abilities doing awesome work. So to bring this event to a close, one final activity and then we are good to go. All right? Yes, celebrate Fatima. Celebrate her. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Servant. All right, so we're going into a fireside chat. And interestingly, we're going to be sitting and listening to the DD Farms chairman. And what he's going to be talking about today is the young persons with disabilities in Nigeria on access to dignified and fulfilling work. This fireside chat is going to be moderated by Ms. Joy Ubong. So join me as we welcome upstage the chairman, the CEO of the DD Farms, Alhaji Misbah Lawan. Chairman, DD Farms. Keep clapping as he comes forward. DD Farms, just be rest assured. 10 kg rice for Christmas. Courtesy DD Farms. DD Farms, am I speaking our mind? 10 kg, please come up stage, sir. The more you clap, he might even upgrade it to 25 kg or 50 kg. Christmas is just 29 days away, or maybe 28 days away. Keep clapping, oh! Mine is 100 kg. DD Farms, now me hail you pass. Mine is 100 kg. I saw some people, Dr. Chike, his own is 5 kg, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you? Thank you. You can have your seat. I'm already state. So how are you? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joy Ubong. I'll be moderating this conversation. I want to say a very big thank you to our amiable president and all our stakeholders and partners. Please, this conversation is going to be easing us from all the interactions we've had. So let's feel at home. This is a fire chat. So we are going to be very chatty and get to learn while we are also speaking. So thank you so much for having the CEO of DD Farm. So I'll please want him to quickly introduce himself before we get to the conversation.
Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Bahulawan Didi. I am the Chairman, CEO of DD Farms and Food Services Limited. That's my position in the DD Rice.
Okay, let me leave you with this. All right. All right, thank you very much. So this conversation, like it was earlier mentioned, is actually to speak more on the entrepreneurship. We know that you already have the capacity in that regard when it comes to entrepreneurship and all that you've done in the DD Farm. So the question is to look at young persons with disability in Nigeria, their access to dignified and fulfilling works, updating us on the micro scale and medium scale enterprise. The We Can Work program has the 3 different pillars. And the second pillar speak more on the entrepreneur, looking at institutionalization of disability inclusion in different entities, the government, entrepreneurship, and all of this. And with the numerous work you've done, which is so celebrateful for us, which is prideful for us as a community of persons with disability, we want to ask, when you talk about entrepreneurship, ecosystem, and business environment, can you tell us how inclusive the Nigerian current entrepreneurship ecosystem is to young persons with disability? If there are gaps, what are these notable gaps that exist?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, JONAPWD Executive, for giving us this opportunity to share our experience as a businessman. Like I've said, Ms. Bahulawan Didi is my name, and I'm happy to say it on your behalf, all of you, people with disability. I am the only person with disability that owns rice milling on medium capacity in this country.
Please, can we clap? I think that deserves a clap, please.
Yeah, not only that, we own the building, the lands, everything is owned by your brother as I'm talking to you. What motivated me to get into the rice milling? You know, in the few years, government is interested into investing in food sufficiency in this country, especially the late president. A lot of opportunities gives to the farmers and entrepreneurs in the food value chain. That's really what comes to my mind, and said, and look at the scenario and look at everything. I have not found anybody in this country that owns a rice mill, a person with disability. And I say, I want to go into it. my going into it, not knowing that I'm going into a bigger challenge that I've never go through in my life until I go into the business of rice. From far, while I was eating rice on my table, I didn't know that rice is a big industry. Rice is a big process beyond coming to your table and eat. I started like every other Nigerians. There's no exclusion or no any discount or anything on the process of establishing my company. The business plan, the registration with the CAC, the registration with all the relevant agencies in this country. No one that I have not registered with NAFDAC, SON, trademarking, almost everything, including those guardians or those criteria for you to be a contractor in this country. I have done everything. Having done all this, and finishes the building of the company, which I have acquired 4 plots of land and built the company on it with all the infrastructure on it. I bought machines. I start hiring staffs to do the usual operations, which started from the parboiling, milling, packaging, and so on, including the printing of my company bags, which is DD Rice, which I have done the trademarking in the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. Going into the main market, it requires a lot of capitals. As at then, a truck is about 80 million. Having come out from rebuilding, machine purchase, other things, and at the end of it, the capacity or the funding to build 1 or 2 trucks become serious challenge. It takes me to sell a lot of things for me to start that. But we have gone and passed that stage now. Today, we have our product, DD Rice. Now, the important thing I want to share with us, for you or for any young person to be an entrepreneur in this country, we need to have total commitment. But I will say truth here, we don't need to wait for government, because I escaped every assistance from government before going into the business, before establishing my company, before everything, because if I had waited for government incentives or maybe tax rebate or anything, believe me, I wouldn't have been where I am today. Because there is no any facilitation or opportunity for person with disability in Nigeria today to be either tax exempted or any other process exempted. No. You have to be like every other Nigerian.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm glad we have young persons in our midst, and I can take it from there that he had mentioned something around commitment. You have to start from where you are, which takes me to the next question. You mentioned something regarding tax. So I would love you to tell us, with the anticipated 2026 tax regime that is coming, what do you perceive as the risks, the opportunity that might emerge for young entrepreneurs with disabilities in terms of compliance, incentive, competitiveness? What do you think these are the risks, these are the opportunities that could prepare the young entrepreneurs with disabilities?
What I will say about that is that I want people, first of all, the minds of entrepreneur is different from the persons who is waiting for charity. The mind of an entrepreneur is a business benefit. You are not going into the businesses waiting for somebody to help you. No, it's for mutual benefit. So don't even think or start business with mind of thinking somebody is coming to help you at the beginning. No. Just have the heart, have the mind, have the business plan, and have the commitment and have the funding for you to start business. It is not all of us that have to start business the way I have started. Apart from businesses, maybe trading and other things, we still have services. which today many people know that if you are very well educated, you can be a consultant, which is also a form of another business. For many people lives that way. But as people with disability, I want us to have, especially the youth who wants to be more than me, not like me, more than me. They should know that in the Nigerian tax incentive or whatever, don't wait for that. Just have it at the back of your mind, look for funding, look for business plan, look for partners, start without anybody's helping you first. The help will follow. But if you wait it and waiting for somebody or your family or anybody as person with disability to give you support to start, it will be very difficult. Because people will have to build their competencies that we can do it. Today, having been here as owner of a rice mill, a multi-hundred millions of investments, we did not start from one day. We start from somewhere. But what led to that opportunity, I have to tell all of us, is that we have to plan if any opportunity comes our way. Today, we had an opportunity to be in other positions and persons, but others have the same opportunity. They are nowhere to be found today because they have their way of thinking. I have my way of thinking. And the sincere advice I would give to all of us, if anybody had any opportunity, please start thinking of business beyond your office. You can't be either SA, either anybody, anything you want to be in the government or anything you want to be in the education without planning your way. Just about 2 days ago, I had a doctor who have served academia, who have served for about 30 years. He was complaining and confessing to me if he had known for that years, he would have used 10,000 naira to start business rather than for him to be a lecturer for 30 years. Because he has learned his mistakes. That what he has done for 30 years, if he has been in business, by now he must be maybe a big business person with self-sufficient and self-reliance in his life. But today he's waiting for maybe what I'm paying others. We have about 50 staffs in our company. So if I have been maybe somebody who have used the opportunity I had to maybe travel to all over the world or even use maybe other things, by now I would have been for the past 6 years, I'm unemployed from the government aspect. But I have provided my retirement, I have provided my way. I am now one of the people that today we are all, cheering. And I want to get many more of you, but please utilize the opportunity that comes your way. That's the only way I will advise.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the motivation. Just like I'd mentioned earlier, the We Can Work program looks at dignifying and fulfilling work for young persons with disabilities. And when we look at our society today, we cannot keep technology off the conversation. And with the numerous things you've done with the DD farms, we've also gotten to know about it. I mean, if you go to the internet and Google it, it comes up. That is because you're also very intentional around the ICT. And that brings me to the next question. So when we are looking at vocational curriculum, we know we have a lot of that across the country. And so when you're looking at vocational curriculum and infrastructures, question is, how can it be upgraded to ensure accessibility in different disability types? Now, noting that it integrates the modern skills, it integrates digital technology, the ICT, so that young persons with disability can actually access it. Of course, this opportunity is already out there, but how can it be made disability inclusive to accommodate young persons with disabilities?
Thank you very much. I think the young persons with disability have a lot to learn. Some of us here above 60. And we have seen yesterday, in the light of people with disability, when we are looking as a beggars in this country. In the past 35 years, 40 years, some of us, we have been identified anywhere you go as a beggar. Today, you have been identified as either academician, either politician, either businessman, either, and so on forth. So I think we have started laying the foundation for us to change the narrative to change the mindset of Nigeria, including government itself. So what left for us, the opportunity is there available. It's for us to be committed. It's for us to dive into the technology and harness what is there or being provided for us. One, we must be educated. We must be educated. Why I'm saying this, many people see Musbau today. If I go into my history, we may be here for 9 o'clock. Little about it, I lost my parent when I was 9, 10 years. Both of them less than 50 years, less than 50 days. Coming from poor family, coming from a locality, though in the city, but in a locality where you don't expect help come your way. I have been a beggar, I have been an almajiri, I have been a lot of things that you have never expected. I've traveled around Nigeria to look for so many things. But because whatever I'm doing as a starting point, I have done it with something behind me, believing that is not my position. I want to change my position to a better one. I want to change my position to an educated somebody. I want to change my position to a businessman. I want to change my position to a politician. I want to change my position to a philanthropist. All these things, I have achieved all.
Please, let's clap to that.
For me, to be from non-politician to a politician that occupied first national disabled leader in this country, you know that we have gone a long way. For me, from somebody who is on the street to now have a company that was 100 millions of naira. For me, from nowhere to become a leader or national chairman for more than 10 or 5 associations at once. For me, from nobody to become founder, the whole world, I am the founder of Parasoka. And I am the president. I was the president of Parasoka Federation of Nigeria. For me, I have become national chairman of the Association of Polio Survivors that fought polio till the end in this country. So for any young man to believe because I am disabled, I will not be present, it's not true.
Thank you.
We will be present one day, we will be ministers. So please, don't allow technology to either bring you down, let it push you up, go into it, you have all you want. Online businesses are there. From your home, you can be a trader. A lot of technology from your phone, you can make money. So our youth, please and please, make sure know anything positive that come your way and you allow it to pass without tapping from it. That's my advice.
Thank you so very much. Please, let's clap. I think you've already answered my next line of thoughts, which I was going to talk about, the care support system and disability-related costs. I was actually going to ask, how do gaps in care and support system, notably personal assistance services, because somebody will wonder, okay, he's a CEO, he's a person with disability, how does he navigate personal assistance? Who is helping out with the farm? What does his impairment interact with his role in the farm or interact with his, I mean, just really, I know you've already said, you said something around the family line. I was going to ask around that support, but you've already mentioned that. And just like you've said, if you need to tell us in detail, it might take 10 minutes. So please, in just 2 minutes, can you just give us a little around personal assistance support when it comes to your role of work? That way it would help young persons to also see ways to navigate.
Well, thank you very much. Well, in the education aspect, I'm today a degree holder in sociology at the University of Abuja. So from beginning to another level. Then, wherever, for me to have an assistant, wherever I think I'm not good in it, I look for somebody who is better, knowledgeable about what I want, who I can assign to do the duty. Because I can't know all. And even not issue of disability, no businessman can operate business alone. No. We all have 24 hours. I have seen one of our senior businessmen who says we all have 24 hours, but some of us have 1 million hours, only them. You know how they get it? They employ other 24 hours to earn them by paying them money to do what they want. So the assistants or whoever is working with me, I have to look at somebody where I have inability. I employ those who have ability to help me cover that area. Who I have the confidence, who I believe that they are going to do what I cannot do. I cannot bring somebody who can do or who can do less than what I can do, and he cannot give me what I want. And the issue of assistance, people think because we are people with disability, we must get assistance. Yes, assistance, but how? Throughout my life, if not now that I have aged, all those who knows me, they have never known me with assistance. Yes. They have never seen me with assistance. But today, age has started coming. My son is my assistant who have been training the way I want. Other staffs are there as my assistants. But let me tell you, once you have sent somebody on behalf, it's going to operate half. So you have to do the other half yourself. So don't rely on the assistant 100%, but make sure the 100 is with you. Give him assignment of 30, 50, 40% in case of disappointment. Because at the initial state of my company, I have been brought down more than 2 times by some of these assistants. Be careful. To a level that I have bring family members into the company who help to bring me down more. I have bring friends who have helped to bring me down more until I realize and do away with all and work with professionals. That's where I have started seeing why am I into the business.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap to that. So it is very important to distinguish your roles, distinguish family, distinguish professionalism from the businesses you're doing. So that takes me to the last phase of the question. I have just 2 more questions to ask before I open the session for all the papers. And I'm looking forward to seeing young persons really ask a lot of questions, because you've said something about utilizing your youthfulness. And I think it is the ideal time for young person to utilize it. So what he had started doing right from young is still doing it even now. So the next question is around policy, research, and advocacy. While we say this, it's also good to keep an inclusive environment that is very accessible for these young persons to be able to strive in their various entrepreneurship. So my question is, when we are looking at dignified work for young persons with disability, what are the major policy gaps that you had seen that either hindered your work, and you can think of way of saying, okay, if we do it this way, it will make it easier for the now generation?
Well, I think the most important thing I have to say here is this. We are lucky to have JONAPWD with us.
Please, let's clap to that. Are we not? Let's clap.
All our struggles has come to a bus stop where we have the JONAPWD established. As a body who is our mother and father, all our needs should be channeled through them. Let me tell you, I have said when I was asking a question, the work of JONAPWD is beyond thinking of even national commission. No, I'm not seeing JONAPWD as somebody who will be arguing or talking to a disability commission. No. I am seeing JONAPWD as a body who today president will say, please, I need help. My president, come and see me. I'm looking at JONAPWD as a body who any ministers wanted to have discussion or closing gap opportunity or opening gap opportunity or giving us opportunity to know about JONAPWD. Well, today, how many ministers know about JONAPWD? In the administration of our party, APC, 2 ministers are the major key officers in this country. Health Minister and Social Welfare and Finance. We must know, we must push, they must know about us for them to plan for us. National Planning Commission, they must know about us. And I will advise Mr. President to push and make sure that we are being recognized by these 3 agencies, ministries, because that's where we will close every gap on policies. For instance, The National Planning Commission, all the policies of this country, all the national planning, everything that goes on comes from them. We need to see the minister, we have to discuss with him. The social welfare coordinate almost all the activities of the governors of this country. Okay. He gets talk with them on behalf of the president. We must see party, which I will say proudly is my friend, is my Oga. If you are ready, we can still push to see him. The Minister of Finance, yes, I don't know him, but we must find a way to see him because they are the people who are running this government. So the gaps we have, there are many. In every angle you can touch, we have gaps. Politically, every angle, because let me tell you, most of the policies of government that has been done or has been established is by those people, and they don't know about us. So they are doing anything without us. So for us to be included in any government program, any policy establishment, we must to make ourselves available, either by dialogue or by force. Let it not be only on dialogue. By force is that we can go there and sit down and say, Minister, we come to see you. With our media all over, he has no option than to see us. And we have to plan and go with our document on what exactly you want from them. That will help us. Other gaps are the policies. If you check, there was a day I was looking at nutrition policies. There was nothing about people with disability. Anybody can go and check nutrition, nothing about us. So most of these things, I will urge the president to assign the Secretariat of JONAPWD to dive into each ministry's policies and see what are the gaps we need to close so that we can come and have a report that Ministry of A, no provision for us. Ministry for B, halfway. Ministry for C, this way. Then let's sit down and discuss how can we penetrate and be included into their own policies.
Thank you so much. That was so robust. Please, let's clap. So while I'm going to ask the final question, I'm sure we're already preparing our questions. I know some of the things you've already said that actually dived into that last question, but just to buttress, we have young persons, we have persons with disability who are into different entrepreneurship businesses. But for some reason, it's not really hitting the spotlight because either they are doing it at a substantial level or maybe they do not, the environment itself is not accessible. Of course, you've spoken about policy, and with these, you've identified. But beyond JONAPWD, or with JONAPWD inclusive, because when we are saying, yes, you've identified a key stakeholder, which is JONAPWD. But let's look at about a cross-sector partnership. Aside from JONAPWD, I mean, all of us seated here, JONAPWD, we have our partners in the room, and we also have people who are possibly listening to us virtually, who would get opportunities to get to see this video. How can cross-sector partnership come in to transform the business environment for young persons with disability and for persons with disability overall?
Well, thank you. Before James left, has mentioned a community that kind of entrepreneurial establishment. I think we have to make ourselves group by group in the business sector. Women have, people with disability should have, women with disability should have, youth with disability, our children, let us all dive into businesses. No business without challenge. I want us to know that. Look at Dangote today, gray hair because of petrol. Gray hair because of petrol. He has been doing all that thing. No, one of his businesses that was successful at the initial stage. He must to face challenges, but he endured. He has to wait and he has to invest before he succeeds. Many of us, that is where we have problem. You see one person who started 100 businesses. Today shoemaking, tomorrow detergent, next tomorrow farming, the other day, nothing comes easy. Me that have started business for 4 to 5 years now, if I told you that the last 4 years back is problem, wahala upon wahala, until this is the time I started laughing. Why? Because I have endured. Why? Because I have learned my lesson. Why? Because I have identified my weak point. Why? Because I have identified my strength. Why? Because I have already now started establishing friendship. Those are some of the things you must encounter them. Nothing comes easy. For you to be a youth coming into the business, first of all, I will advise, we must learn before going into it. What give me problems is because from politics to business, no any knowledge. If I knew, I have gone to schools, business development school. I will have engaged business development partner. I will have engaged consultant before investing. But I couldn't do that. I was just, when I was in office, thinking, okay, how do I survive? How do I survive? Everyone naira comes my way. After doing what is needful, I invest. The moment I moved from my office to the business, I went there as somebody who doesn't know anything. The criteria of employment, I don't know. The criteria of A, B, C, D, Z, I don't know. So please remember, anybody who is going to business is a very good thing. It's more self-sufficient than government work. Any government officer here, any government employer here, please start preparing while you are in office. Don't allow yourself after office you go to the business, you will make a wrong decision. While you are making your own salary now, identify business you can do, either to empower your children, your wife, whatever you have, so that you can be monitoring from far and you will be interacting, you will be checking. That will help you to build your capacity. But all the civil servants who left office and start business, where are they? You have already gotten age. You're almost out of the business. But start now in order not to regret tomorrow.
Thank you so very much. Start now in order not to regret tomorrow. Thank you so much, Alhaji Misbahu Lawal, chairman of the DD Rights. I hope I didn't murder that name. Okay, so this is time for questioning. I want to give opportunity to 3 persons. I'm looking forward to seeing young persons raise their hands. So please, pardon me if I'm a little selfish. I want to give 2 young persons the opportunity to ask the question, and then 1 person from the older generation. So please, pardon me, I'll just have to do some selection. Okay. I'm seeing some people that are young at heart, but don't worry, I'm very much with my lens, and I'm going to look through it. All right, so that's 1 person. I'm not seeing no female. Is there no young female that wants to ask a question? Oh, okay, so that's number 1, this number 2, and thank you so much, sir, you're number 3. Sorry, it's just 3 persons. That's number 1 there, number 2, and number 3. Please, let's keep it very short and simple so that we can actually leave. So for those that have questions, for those I did not point, please find interactive session with our gathering lunch and continue the conversation. Thank you. All right, let's hear.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much, Alhaji Lawan. You're so much an inspiration to some of us youth. Go for. My name is Solomon Ijauka. I'm a young youth advocate and as well as an entrepreneur. So I have 2 questions this afternoon. So one is, you mentioned that the youth has a lot to learn, in your words. First question is, what has been your biggest challenge as a business person? That's one. I'm sure you have mentioned a lot of challenges, but just to narrow it down to realities, right, as youth inclined. 2, does DD Farm has a mentorship platform? This is for some of us to inculcate ourselves into the mentorship platform to gain knowledge as we proceed in our entrepreneurship journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to answer it as well? Okay.
Thank you very much. I think 1, we are yet to establish mentorship training, for other young people to learn. But the challenges, like I have said, are 2 major ones. 1 is the betrayal of trust by staff, which is very, very serious. They are not only trying to discourage you, but they are trying to kill your dream by making sure they have spoiled all you have planned for years. One thing I will just mention, there was a time I sent for 2 trucks for me to buy 2 trailers of paddy. I have paid the money, I have sent somebody to buy. The next thing he brought damaged paddy for me. This is not supply. I pay cash and somebody went and bought bad paddy for me. Nowhere I can cry for a phone. Nowhere I can sell it. There was nothing I can do. I lost more than 70% of that investment simply because of mistrust by some of the people I trusted. Those are some of it.
So
The mentorship, I have said that we are yet to start that mentorship.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please, number 2. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. My name is Nnamdi Maxwell from Hope Alive for Possibilities Initiative. I have this question to ask. As a person with disability who is really very interested in business, please, how do I get started in getting the capital if I don't want to beg? Number 2, can anybody at all learn and engage in agriculture? Because I'm a person with disability and I've had experiences where I wanted to, join a particular training on a particular kind of agricultural practices. And I was discouraged. The person said, no, this kind of thing is not for you. Don't worry, relax. This is not for you. Don't worry. Just find that thing and do. Agriculture is difficult. You can't go to the farm. You can't do this and do that. So I want to ask, can anybody learn and become a practitioner, or is it for certain kind of people? Thank you. Number 1 is, how do I get capital since I don't want to beg? And number 2, can anybody learn and become a practitioner?
Since you cannot be given opportunity to talk, answer Please, when you leave this room today, write it in your heart. Your first challenge is not capital. It is idea. Do you hear that? When you have a great idea, success will chase you pants down. Investors would invest in your idea. So every time you sit and wait and you're looking for capital, you there for Abuja capital. Capital don't leave you. Now make you day here, they wait. I hope you understand. But the moment you have a beautiful idea, look, Dangote will invest in you. I am a living witness in that. Ideas? The only way you can get ideas is if you go to, somebody goes to Musbah now, and you learn how to farm from him. You can improve on what he is doing, and ideas will come. You must go through tutelage, mentorship. You must learn, you go learn work from somebody. You go serve somebody. I have served in Igbo land, we call it Igba Odibo, Igba boy. After school, I went to Igba boy with my junior. Do you know what that means? Serving my you know what it means to serve your junior? I go wash car. I go clean house. I go iron cloth. But you know what? I was doing it for free and I was learning. I learned how to book tickets, how to fly abroad, how to apply for visa, how to do it, because he would send me to go and do those things. And by the time I knew it, even when I survived this car crash, my dear, disability, Musbah, true or false, it now disturbed me. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So create those ideas. Don't walk into the room with your heads bowed like you're a beggar. No. Let your disability be that thing that distinguishes you. Your disability should be your distinction. Thank you.
Well, I will answer it in another way. First of all, if you are going to go into any business, you have to be honest with yourself. Honesty is the beginning of your success. You can't, as a person with disability today, tell me you are joining soldier as a business. You know it's not your side. So if you want to learn, I cannot go into palm and palm, but because I don't have what it takes. But I can operate company with my knowledge. So if tomorrow any young persons wanted to go into business, start from small. One, you have your business plan, you register your business as usual, you do all it takes, you go and learn. Because I told you my mistake is because I didn't learn, I jumped into it. So for you to have success, at the beginning, learn. Go and do all the government registrations. One, go and learn. For you to serve anybody. And don't you believe I'm a person with disability, yes, this is what I want. No, go with what you think is in your mind, what you think you can endure. If you are a person with disability, if you are a village man, sorry to say that, farming is the most easiest thing you can do. If you are a city man, get education to degree level is your first investment. From there, you can learn online businesses, you can learn different services, you can start with ₦1 and you can make money in the future, like Chiki has said. So those are the things I will encourage.
Thank you so much. So please let's have I think the last.
Yeah.
If we still have time, we might accommodate more, but please, we intend to leave here by 4 o'clock so that our food will not get cold. So please let's hear from our supposed last person.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Honorable Adam Shaibu from Jigawa. Let me say that thank you very much, Mr. Musbahu, for this nice presentation. Only that your presentation, something is missing. I would have loved to say that you have done a kind of video, because seeing is believing. I have been to DD Palm. It is a very large area of land. No, it's on Facebook. On Facebook, yeah, but for this presentation, somebody may not be there. So next time, maybe next year when we have this kind of thing, there is need of that. Because people
I
say,
think Tunde has taken note of that.
Yeah. Now, secondly, you have been mentioning this chairman, this Parasoka, APC leader for disability, this and that. Now, how do you feel? You know, interaction is very, very important. I agree with you that looking for tax or any subsidy because you are person with disability may not work. However, I believe engagement, interactions from different areas. Now, how can you, when you are processing the issue of certificate for that, CAC, NAFDAC and that, can you be telling that your interaction and engagement with different organizations? And the last one as APC disability leader. Does that has helped in facilitating of accessing some of these certificates, this approval and that, or it does not talk any of that? I just want to hear from you. Well, so that people will understand the issue of
thank you very much.
Interaction and participating. And we are encouraging people to come into politics. Does that have any impact on your processes?
Thank you very much. I think all I have gone through does not really work in the process of all my certificates. You know what works? I behave like Nigerian. Where money have to work, I pay. I don't need to wait and say I am disabled leader, APC, I am this, I am that. You say it 1 million times, nobody listen to you. Worst part of it, if you say, oh guy, you see, I'm a disabled chicken and your business has died. Because the first thing that will come to your mind, I will not get ₦1 or I will go, this is charity work. So anywhere I go, Mr. Shaibu, sometimes I behave like president. I go to NAFDAC, I sit on my car, bring somebody from 7th floor, come down. You see me in my big car, and I tell you how much is this, you say how much is that, I add something for you, when will I get it urgently? That's Nigerian language. Where, let me say something, excuse me. Where my influential work is where I see somebody got extra mile of bringing me down. That's where I can show you my picture with the President Buhari, with the President Tinubu, show you my video, tell you who I am. From there, they'll say, oh God, this one, I will say, see, because there was a time Federal Inland Revenue in Kano wanted to misbehave. I told them, see you, no Allah. But let me tell you, if you refuse to get this, I will take you to Abuja where you can get nothing. And here I am. And that works. But in the past, Let me tell you, don't ever mention yourself, oh, I'm a disabled in anywhere you go. Even if they see it, cover their eye. Let them not see the disability. Let them see you as a person to open discussion with. That will help you to succeed in business.
All right, thank you so much. I think our questions are also opening our eyes to. Sorry, sir, please, I'll give you opportunity. So I think our questions are also opening us to opportunities to see the more gaps that exist and then also reach such gaps. So I want to open the opportunity again for maybe 2 or 3 more persons before we call it. So yes, so Mr. Solomon, your hand is up. So please, I'm more concerned about the female. Are we not going to ask questions? Don't we have young persons? Female, no questions? Sorry that I'm asking, but I just have to ask. All right, so that's number 2.
Hello, thank you very much.
Number 3, all right.
You don't need to force them, because if you force them and their business fail, they'll call on you. All right, thank you very much. Not only me, this is a great opportunity for me and some other persons across Kogi State where I come from. We went into the business of poultry business, and some went into aquaculture. And we went into it with over 3 million. This is how we started. And we have gone through seminars and workshops and a lot of things. We have been taught. We went to CAC, we got certificate, NAFDAC, and everything, and we went into it. We have veterinary doctors. We have our farm, even as I talk to you now. Now, the challenge we have, we pack a day-old chip full of our pen, and we bring in somebody to look into it for us. And me, it's not all the time I'll be in Kogi State. And the person will tell me, sometime within a week, I'll lose more than 100 bears. Sometimes say 20 have died today. 20 have died. So at the end of the day, I say keep them. When I come, I'll see them. No time I've ever come and see the number of the birds that died. And many people have been telling me that the person have a fish pond somewhere. As the birds were dying, he used to feed fish. A lot of things. So that we started, like I told you, over 3 million. Not only me, we are more than 105 that we started. All of us, most of us have gone again into cassava. My own cassava, I'm even discouraged because it entered bush now. Because at the end of the day, it's my money that is going. And we have done everything to arrest this situation, to avert it. We could not. And now, you know that feed is very costly now. We bought a carton of chicken, and we'll be feeding it. At the end of the day, they will promise us that off-takers will come after 6 weeks. The birds will be ready, no off-takers. We'll be buying feed, we'll be feeding them, they'll be eating our money, and no one to buy. We'll be forcing buyers to come and we'll take them to the buyers, they'll buy it against the expenses. So we are totally down. Many of us, even we are discouraged. So, Ms. Bao, I want to ask, please, do we change the business from poultry? Because before we came into it, some people say this is the business they have been doing, they are successful, and we're encouraged to go into that. So, likewise, some people are saying goat business is good, this livestock they are saying now. So, we are always discouraged. Do we change the business to cassava processing, or what do you advise us? Many of us with disabilities who love business and have entered business in Kogi State, we are totally discouraged as a result of what we are seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. I think let me advise you one thing, but I will also give you my small story. One, I have gone into fishery one time. I went into fishery without any knowledge. I hired fish pond. I employed somebody who have been paid. After discussion, he told me how much he's spending in his house. I said 1,000. Then about 7 years ago, I said, okay, I will pay you 30,000 as your salary. And whatever comes out as a profit, I will take 40. I will take 60. You take 40. I bought 10,000 fishes. Hire a big fish one. To cut the story short, After investing about 4 million, they sold everything at 170,000. That's the end of that mission. So, what I will advise you, if you have none, the best thing you will do, you will have looked for a successful person who has succeeded into pottery. And you go there and have discussion with them and you invest as a partner. That will have been of help. You may not lose that money. For instance, if I have succeeded, that's what people don't know. All our big shot today, all the Dangote and the rest, are older people who cannot run business that invest into their own as shareholders. There are some people, if you buy their shareholder at 1 naira today, give it 1 year, it will be 20 naira. And you make profit without challenges. Even me, as I'm talking to you, if I have known the millions I have used in my DD farms today, I will have invested in about 5 different companies. By now, it's a different story. People will not even know what I'm doing. I'm making money at sleep. But today, I'm supposed to be chief executive officer. My sleep is halfway with one eye every day. And I must to reach my farm sometime. To your surprise, I'm sleeping in my company sometime. From morning, next 2 days, I will not go to my house. Simply try to avoid misbehavior of staff. If I went to sleep for 2 minutes, they will carry like 10 kg, throw away behind the fence. I put cameras, they dismantle the cameras. I do A, they do B. So business is not a lazy man work. So my brother, I will advise you, if you have been able to generate like your 170 like I have done, try to invest it with somebody who is more professional than you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for the response. So yes, I know that a couple of persons raised their hands, 2 persons. But before we get to that, just like someone had mentioned earlier, I mean, it's also very important for us to speak more to the lived experience. So please, there's a video that is going to be playing. There's audio to it. So please, for those that are visually impaired, please, you can listen to the audio, and then the video is displaying on the screen. So this is about DD Farms, to give us more context to what Alhaji Lawan has been saying. So please, let's watch. Thank you.
Shinkafa ne na gyara shinkafa da kuma cire duk tsakuwa da wasu abubuwan da bai kamata su shiga cikin shinkafa ba. Abin da ya kai mu ga tunanin fara harkar shinkafa shine tunanin taimakawa gwamnati akan shirinta na ciyar da 'yan ƙasa da abincin gida. Kuma bisa kishin da muke da shi a matsayin mu na 'yan jihar Kano, shi yasa muka zo wannan gari namu, jihata ta asali, muka kafa wannan kamfani DD Rice. Muna kokarin mu tabbatar da cewa kamfanin mu yana gogayya da manyan kamfaninnukan da suke yin shinkafa mai kyau. Ciyar da ƙasa da abincin ƙasarsu. Muna ƙoƙari mu amfanar da matasa da masu ƙwazon yin sana'o'i don neman musu ko samun musu ayyukan yi. Muna tunanin mai ƙoƙari mu nuna duniya cewa nakasa ba gajiyawa ba ce, saboda shigan mu cikin harkar kasuwanci dumu-dumu don ba da namu gudunmawar. don tabbatar da cewa mun taimaka wa jiha wajen ƙarin samun kudaden shiga. Shi yasa muka kawo kamfaninmu nan, kuma muna roƙon gwamnatin jiha da ta ƙasa da su ba mu tallafi na musamman wajen ƙara mana ƙarfin gwiwa da taimaka mana akan aniyanmu da muke da ita na taimakawa Najeriya wajen samar da aikin yi da ciyar da ƙasa. Duk da muna da matsaloli kamar ko larura da wasu suke kallon, misali mutum mai ita kamar gurgunta ba zai iya shiga a dama da shi harkar kasuwanci ba. To muna so mu nuna wa waɗanda ba su fara ba san cewa kasuwanci ba ruwansa da ƙafaka, basirarka da ƙwaƙwalwarka yake nema. Kasuwanci ba ruwansa da na kasaka, me ka kawo tebur don a kasa kowa ya samu abin da ya dace. In kana da wayannan, to na kasa ka ajiye ta a gefe, kamar yadda muke ƙoƙarin mu nuna 'yan ƙasa cewa na kasanmu ba ta kashe mana zuciyar shiga a dama da mu wajen kasuwanci ba. Wannan abu ne wanda muna roƙon gwamnati da ta taimaka wasu irinmu da suke da niyya su fara, wanda Allah bai ba su ikon farawa ba. Mu kuma irin wanda suka fara da ƙaramar sana'a da babba, muna ƙoƙarin mu ƙara mutane ƙarfin gwiwa a dage wajen ci gaba da kasuwanci, domin dogaro da kai, don shi ne kawai mafita. Wayannan shi ne abubuwan da a matsayina na shugaban wannan kamfani na DD Rice muke ƙoƙarin yi don mu tabbatar da cewa mun yi cuɗayya da gogayya da manyan masu harkar shinkafa na ƙasa don taimakawa Najeriya.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tunde. And this was when we started. Now it's almost more than 50% developed than what we are seeing today.
Please, let's clap to that. So I'm seeing that this video has motivated some of us. I'm seeing young persons hand up. So since I'm seeing a female raise her hand now, please let me give her opportunity to ask the question.
Why?
That does not mean I've forgotten those of us that way to ask questions. Please, I'll still come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Fatima Usman. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm a school teacher. And you had already talked about mentorship. So I want to ask, where is this farm located? It's looking like Kano. 1. 2, is there any platform for students? Can I bring my students for excursion or to come and see the farm or learn? I teach in a primary and secondary school. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. You are lucky is in your state at Konadawaki. And you are being given approval here. Whenever you are coming to your children, just let me know.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so please let's have the next person.
All right. Thank you very much. I am Wisdom Carlo Kechuku. If you add honorable, one chingong for you. No problem, no chingong for you. Please, in fact, I want to thank God Almighty for having our members and our fathers, our friends that are entrepreneurs in the disability community. They are really a motivation to us. But my question remains, somebody have asked it. Somebody who has an idea, very good idea, you have your business plan, and you are very, very interested to go into it, but you don't have the capital to start. So what are the loan facilities that are very easy to access by persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Well, the facilities for you to have funding is a loan. Loan, and sometimes if you are lucky, you have grant. But for one to access a loan in Nigeria, it's as good as you have your money in your pocket, because the criteria is very big you must have landed property with certificate of occupancy. If not, you have to get other means, maybe shares, where maybe bank can hold on to it as a collateral. Thirdly, if the idea is not new, you may likely have investors who are ready to come and invest by either giving you the cash or buying what you want so that you can go into deal with them. Those are the things. But believe me, no special consideration between able and people with disability. Because I have gotten loan from Bank of Industry. Before I got the loan, I have to forfeit, give away almost 35% of what I'm going to get free. One, I had to get letter of consent from the state government, which requires about 10% of the total money you are looking for. You are giving it to government free for them to give you one letter. I have gotten my certificate of land, building approvals, which I have to tender as a collateral. I have given service charges to Bank of Industry, including legals and auditing, almost 20-something%. And let you know that before they give you this money, you have to forfeit your 35% before seeing their money. If I had known, for me to give somebody about 35 to 30 million to give me 100 million, I wouldn't have done that. Because that money I can hold on to my money and continue my businesses. But ignorance led to problem. So I will advise, once, like Chike said, learn it. No matter the difficulty, learn the business from somewhere, have the idea, start with the little you have. I'm not encouraging anybody to go to any bank. I'm not. But if you can sell your whatever you think you have, for you to have small capital, start with small capital. Tomorrow, Allah will bless it. You will grow and be a big business person.
Thank you so very much for the questions. I mean, some of our questions are eye-opener. It also helps us to understand the gaps that exist, and also makes us to think bigger to see how can we prefer solutions to make the environment very accessible so that we can achieve dignified and fulfilling works. So I know that in as much as we're talking about this and identifying these problems, we'll also see ways to how we could actually prefer solutions to mitigate all of this. I saw someone did raise hand here, and I could still take a couple of questions. Okay, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Alaji Didi Rice. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Michael Ebohon from Ogun State. I want to say that thank God for JONAPWD for giving this opportunity to be part of this fire charge. Really, you have done a lot this afternoon by encouraging a lot of us. My own will just be a kind of an observation or a suggestion. For you to be in business, business is a difficult thing in Nigeria. You yourself, you must be difficult. If you are not difficult, you can't survive the murky waters of business travel in Nigeria. So I want to encourage every one of us, see business enterprise as half filled, not half empty. Each time you see it as half empty, you will easily run back because of little discouragement. most especially Mr. Solomon. You talk about poultry.